morning. What's going on? Let me see. Respond to criticize and call you back. What? Good morning, Joanne. Respond to criticize, call you out maybe first. Hi, Christian. Hi, Blady. You are a bit late. Good morning. Joanne did what? Damn, 15 degrees? Okay, so I'm trying to find the website. There's like an inauguration, like government website where they have their own YouTube channel, so we can't get struck. So I just had it, so I'm just trying to find it. And we can watch it together. Watch. Government YouTube channel. I literally just had it. The fuck? I goddamn speak and spell. You mean you text to type. Biden and Will are about to welcome Trump to the White House. Damn, they both look so old. Okay, damn it, I need to find it. I just had it actually on my history, I think. History. Nope. Guess not. Oops. Damn it, y'all. Here it is. I think this is it. Yeah. So it's the Joint Congressional Committee. There it is. Okay, let's see. Present, share screen.
Inauguration because she's on the joint committee, and I think they did a really great job, considering they had to change everything at the last minute, like everyone else. Because we're honoring the request of the president-elect to hold the ceremonies inside this year, because as we've been talking about, it's cold outside.
Oh, what a great man to make sure that people. You can't hear it.
You a stirring rendition.
Can you guys hear it?
I can recall my years at Fort Bragg, North Carolina. And I think the first time I heard Lee Greenwood was 1986. And he sang God Bless America. There was
Let me know if you guys can't hear it. It is really low.
I can't remember the field, but a lot of people have heard this rendition
Okay,
via
cool.
television, perhaps radio. There is nothing like it in person.
Honestly, they're boring. Let's just not listen to them. Let me make sure we're not missing anything actually good. Let's see. So he's not going to actually be like inaugurated or whatever it's called, sworn in for 30 more minutes. Okay. For 30 more minutes. All right. So I was going to make some TikTok videos today. So, that's what I'm going to do. Hi, Christian. I think it'll be the same. We'll see. We'll see. I don't believe that anything changes unless I see it change. So let's put some pressure on some people to actually change shit. Let's see. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly. Yeah, I'm not going to hit that note. Next to you and defend her still today, 'cause at least I know I love this land. God bless the USA. Hi, Robin. Okay, what's
And we
this?
all know the presidency is bigger than even just one man.
God
It takes all of
bless
us for
the
the country to succeed,
USA.
and the American people are the smartest, hardworking, and most generous people in all of the world. We live in the greatest country in the history of the world. And with a great president and the great American people, I truly believe our
Hey,
country can
Budsville.
soar to new heights. The inauguration also reminds us of the importance of faith.
Shut up, sir. Shut your damn mouth. So, you know when people do the transition videos that I do where they go from like ugly to hot? Well, I need to make the ugly part of those videos right now before I shower and then start getting ready to make the pretty part. And the reason I'm doing this today is because when TikTok disappeared off of my computer or off of my phone for like 12 hours or something, I was like, fuck, there are so many videos that I wish that I made and I never got to make. So I'm not going to regret life anymore. Hell, Homeman. Our Homeman is trying to create an illegal immigrant hotline. Who's your daddy? I mean, again, I'm not gonna say like America's gonna be great or whatever, because I'd like to see it happen. So let's see it happen. Let's see it happen. Okay, so I got my coffee for the inauguration. Hey, Juan. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the man who died, who gave the right to me. And by the way, I am not pro-Trump. I am not pro-Biden. I am not pro-Kamala. I am pro-Natalia. So I'm just excited because I get to be here with everyone. Drinking my coffee. So yeah, this video was playing and hey, hello, sir. Did you plan your African safari yet? Did you? Did you plan your African safari or your African Congo visit? It's cold as fuck. Let's see. Are you sure? Did he confirm that he lost money? Also, don't call me Matt. I hate when people that are not my friend call me Matt. That is a reserved name for friends, okay? You're not my friend. Non-friend. But did he confirm he lost the money, or is this just your spec? What if he posted that he bet the opposite way to fucking troll and trigger? You can call me fat. I'm skinnier than you. You can call me fatty. It's okay. You like I'm fat. You like I'm fat, don't you? Don't you like I'm fat? But anyways, I hope Good Job Buddy did not lose. What were you doing with yourself on that news program? What do you mean? What was I doing with myself on what news program? Let's see. Is anything cool going on here?
Yeah, but you can really, I mean, it's a cold day, but it's a clear day. So you can see the hills in the background. That's Maryland, believe it or not, because the district is, well, it was part of Maryland originally.
But couldn't he have said he bet for a certain team to make you think he bet for that team so that when that team doesn't win, you like troll him? Right? So like, if I bet for a certain team, I would probably lie and tell you all I bet for a different team, especially if if I know that I have a ton of haters and my haters want me to lose money. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure I hope not to. But I think you actually hope he did. Saying I hope he didn't, I feel like you hope he did. But I really hope he did, and I'm a better person than you. So I really hope he didn't. At least I know I love this land. Yeah, I'm not stupid enough to bet 30 grand. Because you don't have 30 grand to bet. Ooh. I would never bet 30 grand because I don't have 30 grand to bet. Goodies. My goodies. My goodies. Not my goodies. Dun, 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 dun. Hopefully not. Well, I hope that he didn't lose 30 grand. My goodies. My goodies. My goodies. Not my goodies. Okay. Hi, Crystal. Oh, we only bet 6 grand? Okay. So then I've been a nasty girl, nasty. I've been a nasty girl, nasty. Is somebody gonna match my freak? Oh shit, I'm sorry.
And then they
To the left of the American flag.
Oh,
Please don't touch flags.
here we
Speaking of
are,
flags,
back in the rotunda. Yeah, look at all those flags. Well, I recognize, of course, the American flag.
Been a
ROTC,
nasty girl, nasty. I've
and
been
this
a
is
nasty girl,
that
nasty.
is something to hold.
Somebody
close to
gonna
your nose,
match
to hold-
my
close to
freak?
hold American flags. Great.
Is somebody gonna match
As
my
the camera
freak?
is in this particular zoom, Emily, the 3 women to the left of the American flag, there's a name for them, the portrait monument. And I know we're going to see the rotunda a lot, but just
That's
briefly,
really
who are they?
rude. You and I both know
Oh, I
Amber's
think, well,
is
we'll definitely talk about
silver.
that
So why
before too
say
long,
that?
but I believe that there are some members
Okay.
of the cabinet coming in right now, and cabinet spouses are also arriving. So we have these huge buses.
With
We're
Marine One.
getting
With
into
Marine One in
the
the
good
background.
And for those that have
part,
history of the Capitol, but you're not familiar with the new Visitor Center, those skylights, yes, they are new for some,
bro.
but we anxiously wait who's
Hey, Rodman.
Part of me can't believe that Marine One is on the roof of essentially our office, the Capitol Visitor Center.
Okay, damn, that is
we just
so
cabinet. He's
rude.
coming, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
I'm sure if Amber
shortly.
didn't want to be with him,
But America
she
is really on
wouldn't
display
be with
when it
him.
comes to
Like,
inaugurations.
we all have free will.
I don't know about you, but when I was coming in today, I felt like every bus, every mode of transportation has been requisitioned for this event to make sure everybody gets there on time, make sure the streets are clear.
Nest girl, nesty.
We anticipate seeing
in a
Mr. Musk
nest
and Zuckerberg
girl.
leaving these vehicles.
Is somebody
They've done
gonna
that
match
every day
my
this week.
freak?
We're being selfish. Perhaps I'm being selfish in talking about the event for today, but this started, this crescendo to get us to this point has gone on for a couple of days. With no shortage of people gathering around. We'll give us a few seconds to take our time with this.
When you come in here and go, Sam, laughing face, after I just told him not to do
Because
something,
he's
it's
been
like you're
everywhere,
egging
has
him
his
on to
boss.
keep doing it.
Tulsi Gabbard is the
Oh, it's childish.
These are all people who have been nominated for the president-elect's cabinet.
Childish.
Pete Hegseth, who
I do know about Stockholm
about a
syndrome.
month ago, I believe so. It's potential Secretary of Defense. Well, he's a military guy. It's this.
How would he have done that? He didn't kidnap her.
Yeah, so it looks like they're getting a military escort into the Capitol. And
I see United States Marines. That's what I see.
He's a Marine band, Marine escort.
Yes, but I do see Air Force personnel. Military District of Washington, all 6 participating. We're going to hear a little later, I think, from the Coast Guard.
One of Trump's
There's so
executive
much
orders
that goes
today
into
is
planning
change
all of
the
these people to
Gulf
come
of
to the Capitol
Mexico
building,
to the Gulf
gather
of
together,
America,
have a ceremony.
U.S. That's
All the
fucking
world peace, we're seeing all of them right now.
hilarious.
Emily, I saw people running
He's
in shorts.
got some funny ass
yesterday
goals.
morning, breezy.
He's got some
Then
really
conditions changed.
empowering goals.
It was cold. It was windy. You wouldn't know, but look how beautiful the day is.
It looks clear, but I'm telling you, it is very cold. Oh, and there's another shot of the Capitol right out front.
You guys,
Oh,
I
that's
know
good.
that everybody's like all happy that Biden wanted to move it indoors. And I'm not
It's
trying to
about
like
a mile and a half
spread.
between
Hold on, let me mute this.
the
For a
Capitol
second.
building.
I'm not trying to spread misinformation. Okay. Let's see. I'm glad Joe pardoned everyone caught up in his scamdemic. It is going to make it easier for us to narrow down search of people involved. He's so stupid. He's like pardoning people and we're like, wait, why? Let's look into them further. So fuck, I don't even remember what I was just going to say. Man. I don't know. I'll unmute this. Oops.
Restricted.
Well, at least this time they get seats.
Fuck, I forgot what I was going to say.
With President Reagan's second inauguration,
I'm
they didn't have
stuck
enough
in
time
work
to set
still
all
watching
this
the
up like we
inauguration on the
did,
TV while I'm at my desk, but
for
now I'm
today.
missing.
And there was
Get ready with
basically
me
standing
soon,
room
so
only.
I don't
People
have
saw-
enough.
Look at that footage.
I was
People have seen
this
footage by now.
close.
There were
I
people,
love you.
unfortunately,
Maybe you
shall we
can't
say, close to stature.
necessarily hear or see everything I say,
Okay,
so
they
I'll
were
take this
hanging
cue
from a
at
certain
Crystal.
stature. Don't do that, ever.
I am not
Catch my eye.
getting
Don't
ready
do
yet.
that, ever.
Maybe later.
Yeah, here we are back
Well,
on the waiting for everyone
No
to
cam
arrive.
on yet.
There's some things in
I've
here
been
that
a
are
nasty
different
girl.
from how you
nasty.
normally see it. The bunting in particular.
Hello, sorry, I
they've
have
added
I
for
have
inauguration specifically.
That's not
here.
EITCH.
We're a little
Okay, that's
upset
not
at
nice. Let's
specifically.
delete that.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Delete
the United
that.
Senate Majority Leader,
And now
the
it'll just say
Honorable Mitch
BTH.
McConnell,
What's up?
accompanied by the Honorable Elaine Chao.
Fauci was paying them money and
Senator
trying to
Mitch
do
McConnell just
experiments and
introduced
made public
his
apologies.
wife.
Oh, this is what I was going to
Secretary
say. I
Reagan.
finally remembered. What if Biden moved it inside, like, because of a fucking plan? Like, I don't know. I'd be scared to be inside for this type of thing. Personally speaking, I feel like it's kind of scary. Would I blow him because he saved TikTok? Are you a Trump supporter? I'd like prices to go down
Elaine
supporter.
Chao.
Does that help you? Does that help y'all narrow down what kind of a person I am?
They're coming in from the Senate side of the building.
Okay.
Sir Mitch McConnell, who is no longer in leadership, but still very prevalent.
You're cute, Crystal.
Well, what he is
More
saying,
like
think
freedom
about the
supporter.
years.
Yep, freedom supporter,
He dates
and
back to
need
the
to
1960s,
lower
early
costs
60s,
on things,
before the
please.
March on
Please,
Washington.
Trump Daddy,
arrived in Germany.
Please lower costs on things because your girl is
In the interim.
struggling. Like, for example, I
Think
should
about this,
have like
would they just
40,000 in
introduce
my
the former
savings,
minority and majority leader of the
and I
Senate,
don't.
and President-elect Donald
See
Trump
my
won't be
big
sworn in
truck.
until
Maybe later.
approximately.
Hi,
Again,
Jens.
stay
Mwah.
with us. Even beyond the inauguration, the
I've been
National
a
Banquet Hall
nasty
with
girl, nasty.
luncheon,
I've been a nasty girl,
the president's room, the
nasty.
sign.
Is somebody gonna match
There's
my?
a lot to see.
That's right.
Somebody gonna match
Now
my?
we've been talking about how cold it is outside, right?
Yes.
Did you notice when we were watching the inauguration that people weren't wearing hats
Didn't
when we
notice
were
that.
in the video?
Didn't notice that.
So which president was last, you think, to wear a top hat?
Well, did not President Kennedy take his hat off?
He did.
Well, he has good hair. I mean, who would?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
But now it's a stovepipe hat is what we're in terms of tradition, right? That
Okay.
that really
Whoa.
direct president.
Let me
It's kind
share
of-
out
I've
my
never worn it.
stream.
No?
No, I've never worn.
Christopher Ray is a
Pipe
traitor.
hat.
Can I
That might
see your
change.
drugs too? Maybe later, Boo. I only have a bra on right
Next
now.
time
If
you come,
I turn
to
my
a tour of
camera
the
on,
Capitol,
Hammy
look
would be
for
really
Ron and his
bad.
stovepipe hat.
I have my bra and my coffee. I'm walking around like
Well,
bra and
I
coffee
mean, we're
and
still
PJ
just
bottoms.
waiting for more people to arrive, but it's a
Let's see what we can see.
Congress was questioning the FBI a few months back, asking why they aren't
yeah, I'm trying
pursuing.
to.
Oh,
And they
Mr.
pled the
Zuckerberg
fifth.
entering. Who is that with that stunning white coat? What's
Let's see. I'm sure I have
really sharp?
somebody mad at me.
Oh, Mr. Bezos, Jeff Bezos just came.
Jeff Bezos. Him and his
Thank you to our
Lauren
spotters. We
lady.
should have said thank you to our spotters.
Yep, looks like more people are arriving right now.
I'm
Hopefully we'll
an
be able to see who they
American.
are.
I'm American person. I believe President Trump can save her. Hell yeah!
Yes,
I
looks like
believe
they're
it can
going
be
into
saved.
the carriage
So let's
door.
do it.
on the Senate side and then moving across
Baby.
and over.
Did
to
you
the
guys
House side
see
again.
that? Did you guys see that thing last night?
Okay, former President William Jefferson Clinton
Is
and
there a reason
Senator
that
and First Lady.
you're in here
Hillary Rodham
typing
Clinton.
like that?
Secretary.
Yes.
Now it just looks like you said AL. Good job. I have to text someone right now asking them. So did you guys
It's
see that
1996
thing last
number.
night
I
where
remember
all these people were
walking down the street from the Union
it was
Station.
like a gala or something.
Here comes-
Oh, yep. There's Secretary Clinton. You can
Okay.
see her in the black.
The Clinton
turquoise
trash.
I was going
Um,
to say teal. I'm glad you said turquoise. The Obamas are close behind.
President
I should
Obama.
say, excuse me, President Obama. Excuse me.
President Obama's coming out next.
What?
You know,
What did he call
Bill
it?
Clinton's-
Let's see.
President Obama.
She's-
Yep, there's Secretary Clinton. You can
Okay.
see her in the black with the turquoise scarf.
I was going to say teal. I'm glad you said turquoise. The Obamas are close behind.
He said the
Obama.
Obamas
Excuse me,
are
President Obama,
close
excuse me.
behind, and she got
President
mad.
Obama's
She said,
You know,
"I mean
Bill
President
Clinton's
Obama."
1997 inauguration was the first one broadcast on the internet.
Name.
I remember looking that up. We still had dial-up internet.
Thanks,
at the time.
Dial-up
Jens.
Yeah, so
Goodness.
we've
That
moved
was
on from
brutal.
that. Yes. But President Obama is going to be the next to arrive, we believe. And he's walking in now. Yep. So it looks like everybody's coming out for this.
Yeah, Obama
Yes,
does.
I can-
Look at that
seem to
distinct
be
walk.
getting
yes, I was going to say the same
No.
thing.
And without a coat.
along with
Without
Trump.
he feels nothing waving against someone.
Yep.
Speaking of inaugurations that had cold weather.
Yeah,
Yes,
President Obama's was fairly cold.
fairly cold. My goodness.
Both of them.
Yeah, that's right.
I was here for the second one.
I never talked about weather so much in my life.
You can see just more people arriving on the east front.
Wow.
Well,
Yep.
just inching our way towards
And you
the
can
oath
hear
of office. You're going to remark about that.
They sounded like chipmunks
Mhm.
because I sped
you
it.
can hear the Marine Band again.
They shouldn't
People taking
anymore.
their
It should be
seats.
caught up now.
You know, the main podium is going to be flanked by these paintings we were talking about earlier by John Trumbull. And these are all based on the really the founding of the United States. It starts, we have revolution scenes. Oh, here we have more people arriving.
The staging areas throughout the Capitol. The Capitol has over 500 rooms, and many, including the Capitol Visitor Center, will be used.
Is that Majority Leader Scalise?
I think you're in the red tie.
The way you're talking to me, you sound like Hammy. Except I hope Hammy wouldn't
Now,
come up
remember,
in here
friends,
trying to like
the
type
ceremony-
bad words.
One of the ceremonies, I should say, the prelude is about 11 o'clock. So
Yeah, you know.
again, we'll get there. I know it's
Robin,
10:21 Eastern time. We will get there.
family member of mine that has a lot of money and is like has the same facial features. I swear,
We'll get
like
to William Henry
does
Harrison.
his or her, because I'm not gonna say if it
1841.
might even be a woman that I'm
Little
talking
horse
about.
the Capitol
Does
to
his or her
Cumberland and
facial
send back.
let me mute this.
Yeah, the
But
first,
there's this person in my family, they've got a lot of money. They literally remind me of Trump. Like they're not my parent or anything. They're like a little bit of a distant or relative through marriage, maybe. And they like look like Trump when they talk and they like do the same facial features and shit. And so like it really freaks me out. And so I do, and that person is extremely strong. So I saw
the
the
piano.
video.
It is, I
when
was going to say, the
James
keyboard or
Stormy
piano.
was
Yeah,
hot.
that is lovely in the background.
No, what's
Just
hilarious?
puts on the floor. Just
Costco
wants
said
to
they're going to fight back against the people and keep the
overwhelm
DEI
the people
program,
here
which targets
about-
minorities. What the fuck is that? Costco workers
Remember,
just went on strike.
Supreme Court justices.
My Tourette's,
Mentioned
BALL.
about the presidents and, the vice presidents, former vice presidents, former
Delete.
presidents and their family. Where will everyone go?
They're certainly going
Now
to
it
be
looks
elbow
like
to
you
elbow,
said balls dead.
sitting there.
Now it looks
But-
like you said balls dead.
Supreme
Now
Court
it looks like you
justices
said
arriving now.
ball-y.
You're just
There.
thinking about the Supreme Court.
And Brett Kavanaugh, Associate Justice Kavanaugh, will renew the oath of office.
Roughly
President
18,000
Chief
workers
Vance,
on strike. Damn,
Justice
Big Mike is big mad.
John Roberts will give the oath of office to President Donald J. Trump.
Juan, who is that?
And that is, I mean, that's in the Constitution that the Chief Justice gives the president-elect the oath of office. And so that's a tradition that is set.
So I have this live open on my cell and the inauguration on TV and my work screens.
You know, when
I took over
Vice President
my cell. I
George
see.
Herbert Bush was sworn in.
No,
He was
you
Associate
see
Justice
balls.
Thomas Stewart. And again, the year's
I love
1985.
you.
Unfortunately, Justice Stewart
Thanks
passed on
for supporting
later that
me
year, 1985.
in the
December of that
inauguration
year,
at
December
the
7th,
same damn
to
time.
be specific.
Okay.
A longtime friend. Vice President Bush.
So, you know what I've noticed about the majority of these going from ugly to hot videos is that the
I'm looking
girls
forward
are
to
either wearing like a
America
old
Beautiful.
graphic tee
I'm
that
looking
has
forward to,
no
of course, the
cleavage in
national
the
anthem.
first
They're playing
shoe,
My Country
or
for
they're
Old
wearing
right
like a
now.
hoodie. Let me go find one
I
of
almost
those.
sang along.
Huh?
I held it in, but
Well, I'm base. You're probably
Hamilton, if you're out there, I love you.
You never know.
Hope you're well. You like stopped writing in here.
We've yet to talk about the House and Senate Sergeant at Arms.
Oh,
They're responsible for this, along with JSIC as well. When I say responsible for this, it's so many agencies that are involved. But the Senate Sergeant at Arms, Lieutenant General retired Eric Gibson, House Sergeant at Arms.
Post.
Oh, here's the ready post. That just alerted me as a military man. There's all this coordination that goes with Capitol Police.
mhm.
What a Herculean job it is for Capitol Police. Everyone with credentials.
Right, and we also have help
Stop.
of outside police departments and the National Guard. All of
Office
them here.
of attending physician has to be pleased. I shouldn't say pleased, but moving the
Yeah.
inauguration. Excuse me, moving the inauguration inside. That's
Thank you,
certainly
Anonymous. The
tough.
word
Let's
is
be
that
honest.
Michelle.
It would have been a
Oh.
tough day outside. Tens of people. And let's think about it. The gates would have opened at 5 o'clock.
But you can.
Mhm.
'Cause you're a man.
5 o'clock. You're 200,000 tickets.
Now
Over
that
200,000 tickets.
The
were
Democrats
distributed.
showed their cards and are bringing back.
That's
I know.
that's a lot to deal with.
And the
from
thing is
certain attending
that
physician's office.
It-
Not
you're
not
about
that
to get
displeased,
so
but
much in trouble.
I'm
it's,
hearing
proceedings.
I'm hearing a song I haven't heard in years.
Why are
This is my
doing
country.
that in here.
I remember singing this as a little girl. Yeah, we've got, so it looks like members of the House are coming in from the House side of the building. Members of the Senate are coming in from the Senate side of the building.
Yeah, a lot of
We have
it.
governors, the mayor of the
Yes.
District of Columbia, Mayor Bowser,
The Librarian of
Um,
Congress is
Dr.
going to be here,
Hayden.
Dr. Hayden, the first woman to be the Librarian of Congress. Also, Thomas Austin. We mentioned him before because he's our big boss. We're going to mention him again, probably. The architect of the Capitol. Just, oh. Well, this is,
I just got a text
I mean,
from
this is pretty
someone.
large. I'm trying to
Are
place
you
it, though.
going to that restaurant today? Like, can you be more specific? What restaurant and why are you thinking that, bro? Even though it was a girl that texted me.
Well,
Emily, ceremonies. I mentioned the rotunda is ceremonial. And besides inaugurations, besides Lion States, we've had statues unveiled here, Remembrance Day, victims, survivors of Holocaust Memorial. Quite a few ceremonies.
Restaurant.
We're talking about President Reagan in
I'm sure I'll
1985
go
for his
eat something.
inauguration. Think about the planning for him. That happened the afternoon before.
mhm.
So it happened Sunday afternoon. The Joint Congressional Committee on
Okay.
Inaugural Ceremonies found out, if I'm not mistaken, it was announced on Friday. So they've had just a little more time
Fine.
to coordinate. Now, again, it doesn't make everyone happy. There's a lot of people that just simply you can't put 200,000 people in the Capitol building. It's just
Okay.
there's not enough space. So
Yes, we have 2.5 million visitors a year, but not all at the same time.
right.
Right. So,
Don't
But,
call me.
you know, I just thinking about the Marine Band a little bit
Let's go, girl.
because
You
they're
know.
playing right now.
Yeah,
And I think, of course, someone will tell me if I'm wrong.
By the way, this
but,
is
the
the
march
inauguration.
they're
Like
playing
this is
one
the
by
YouTube
John Philip Sousa.
John Phillips.
Um,
He was born in the district.
that
He was the
site.
director of the Marine Band.
Mhm.
Real influence on the patriotic music that we think of today when we think of American marches and American music. It's really John Philip Sousa who's one of the main influences in that type of music.
There's so much named after him. There's bridges named after him. Schools. He's buried Congressional Cemetery in Washington, D.C., which is just down the road a little bit from the Capitol building. Again, we're looking at the rotunda. This is the
Wow. You know,
west side of the Capitol.
I bought the
Revolutionary War paintings
Trump
that
beer for Hamilton, and it never came
seen
in.
at the base.
And I bought it months ago.
Again, the buildup continues.
I was gonna empty out the
Yeah.
beer
I'd like to know
so that it
how
wouldn't be
many
like
students
illegal to travel, you know?
are streaming in.
I was gonna open it,
When
dump
we were
out the
younger,
beer, and just give them the can.
inaugurations, you went to school that day. You went to
Yes.
school that day, and then you knew it happened. But now with everything that's available to people, students now in their classroom are able to stream. Perhaps they're streaming our YouTube feed now.
I like my bitches
I think that's important. A lot of what we do
yellow, ass
is
fat,
teach young
mellow.
people, and inaugurations is more than a teachable moment.
So I think Franklin Graham
I
has
like my
arrived,
bitches.
and he's going to be doing
Red
one
bone,
of the
ass fat,
the
Prayer.
yellow.
prayers during the ceremony.
His father, Reverend William Franklin Graham, Billy Graham's statue was unveiled May 17th of last year. That statue is placed in the crypt. His wife, Ruth, is behind his left shoe.
Yeah, he,
I'm the king of New
That's
York,
speaking of
mellow.
ceremonies in the rotunda, Reverend Billy
Yep,
Graham.
the bus is ready.
Oh, there
I'm
we go.
reporting all the illegal Canadians.
oh, and there's I believe that's Cardinal Dolan next to him.
They gonna send
Who is on the
Biden
program.
the White House straight into retirement home, nursing home.
I was sort of hoping he would wear some of his vestments.
Yeah, Reverend Billy
But-
Graham. I remember, speaking of weather, it happened in February of a few years ago when Reverend William Franklin Graham, who lay in state. You know, there was a family member
I like my
that
bitch.
greeted everyone that came in the rotunda.
Red bone,
That's right.
There was a
That's
remember that? There
fat.
was a family member,
yellow.
and I can't remember if it was an overnight visual or not, but
Not that one.
it went out that. But it was lengthy. There was.
Mhm.
I can't remember, but I recall a family member greeted everyone that entered the rotunda, and then again, just May of last year, his statue.
Now we're happy that even though we've moved it inside, and so there aren't as many people outside watching, we do have about 100,000 people watching this live stream today.
Okay.
So
I
yes,
noticed at the beginning 2.2 million people had signed up.
Funny
or
if
at
they
least- or at least
captured and
were on
started
it,
speaking
They're
Spanish.
waiting at I don't know,
They're
8:45.
gonna send Biden from the White House straight into retirement.
And more coming. Let's be honest. We have a lengthy broadcast, and again, we're really just getting started. JASIC just isn't honoring the oath of office beyond that. We have so much to show you.
yes, and hopefully members of the Joint Committee are going to arrive soon. And if members of the Joint Committee are arriving, that means we're really getting close to the start of the ceremony.
Yay!
And this is them arriving now.
Wow, they're arriving.
It's exciting. Bright, sunny outside.
Oh, we just heard the speaker.
A lot. We'll see.
Speaker Mike Johnson from Louisiana.
This isn't a trivia question, but I'm going to give one.
Okay.
The second coldest inauguration. The second coldest. We know the coldest. Everyone knows the second coldest. So I'm just going to throw out.
I think I know it.
You do.
Mm-hmm. Is it Ulysses S. Grant?
Yes, it is. You can't fool it.
Yes.
20 degrees. in the morning.
I like
it
my
was
bitch.
4 degrees.
Yeah.
Ouch.
No interviews.
Thank you, sir.
I'm the king of New York,
We're hearing
mellow.
some of the audio from the people who are coming in.
The speaker's office is close by. We should mention that the speaker's office is just off the side of the house side of the rotunda. That hasn't always been the speaker's office. It's been on our beloved East Front lobby.
Mm-hmm.
Matter of fact, it was under Speaker Newt Gingrich that the speaker's office moved to its present location. Uh-huh.
Thank you all for being here, by the way. I'm like paying attention to
And I
something.
just thought it was going to happen.
Well, it much sooner than I thought.
Well, there are 535 members of Congress, right? So everyone gets a seat today. Plus
Well, yeah, you mentioned plus cabinet members,
cabinet members.
chairman, joint chiefs of staff.
Yeah.
Our boss has a seat someplace. I'm looking for Mr. Austin. He's probably I'll probably work it up until the very second.
And the delegates from the territories and District of Columbia. I think we mentioned Mayor Muriel Bowser and the governors and all sorts of people coming here today.
The statue to the right that's in marble is President Abraham Lincoln. To the left, we President Ulysses S. Grant. And then to the left of that, the bronze statue, Harry S. Truman. That particular statue of President Abraham Lincoln dates back to 1870, sculpted by a woman.
The first woman to sculpt a statue for the Capitol, Vinnie Ream. She was a teenager when she got this job. It's just amazing.
Madison, Wisconsin.
Yeah. She was able to do such a lovely piece of art. And then the Ulysses S. Grant statue was a gift, but not from a state this time.
Mm-hmm.
So it was supposed to start 6
It's
minutes
rather
ago.
strange.
What the heck?
Every state must give 2 statues, but some statues are gifts, like Thomas Jefferson, and then some are commissioned by Congress. Senator McConnell is talking to. Let's see.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Oh.
the members of the United States Senate, led by Majority Leader, the Honorable John Thune, Majority Whip, the Honorable John Barrasso, and Democratic Whip, the Honorable Dick Durbin.
Senate leadership has arrived.
Here we go.
John Thune. Senator Barrasso from Wyoming. Senator Dick Durbin from Illinois.
I'm the King of New York, Mellow.
Yes, everyone just taking their seats.
Getting back to the Lincoln statue about Vinnie Ream, she's a wonderful story. She's buried in Arlington National Cemetery. She married an Air Force officer, the last name of Hoxie, H-O-X-I-E. I may not pronounce his name, just
Oh, I think I just saw Senator Booker.
a Cory Booker from New Jersey.
Yep. He's got the blue tie on. I think that's him.
Senator John Cornyn. Yep, Senator John Cornyn with the noticeable silver hair.
Oh, yeah?
It's white. Red tie.
Yeah, this
What
is
do you
more the Senate
suggest?
coming in to take their seats.
I see Senator from Pennsylvania,
Oh, Elizabeth Warren.
Peterson.
She's wearing
Yeah.
purple today. Oh, I see her. Yep. in
Senator
the
Fetterman
corner.
is in shorts. That's my first oh my moment. I'll leave it at that. He's wearing a black hoodie. Okay.
You see that?
Everyone's filling in.
I think it's
Senator
just-
Cruz.
Ted Cruz. Don't worry, friends of the house. We will be, when they file in, just trust us.
Yeah, some of them have already come in, but we'll pick them out as well.
That's hardly 40 years. President Reagan at his inauguration.
Mhm.
I'm told by former tour guides in just Washington, that was a cold day.
Senator, right this way, please.
Oh, yes. I just got a good one.
We just found out that the presidential
So for
motorcade
those
has
of you
left the
who
White
don't
House.
know, We're
So
watching the
they finished
inauguration
their tea,
while making
and they're going to be
TikToks.
arriving in just a few minutes. Of course, we're going to speed down Pennsylvania Avenue because they've got a motorcade and come right over to us.
They're not taking a horse like President William Henry Harrison.
No, no, they are not.
The horse's name was Old Whitey. President William Henry Harrison in 1844 rode a
Yes.
horse without a coat and hat. And we'll talk about the words a little later. But gave his address and went back to the White House. And I think we know what happened after that.
Well, I've this year the chair of JSIC of the Joint Committee on Congressional Inaugural Cemetery. Oh my goodness!
Wow.
Ceremonies. I told you it was a
I'm the king of
tongue
New York.
twister.
Hello.
Anyway, Senator Amy Klobuchar, she is going to be escorting the motorcade in. So
Thank you
like
guys
we
all
said,
for
when-
being
when
here.
the members of
Seriously.
JSIC arrive, that is when all of this starts.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you,
Um,
thank you,
which
thank you,
president
thank you, thank you,
was
thank
the
you for
first
hanging out
to
with me.
arrive
Thank you for hanging
by
out
car?
with me. Thank you,
By
thank you, thank
automobile.
you,
By
thank you
automobile.
for hanging out with me.
I'll give you a few. Was it Wilson,
Thomas Woodrow Wilson. Okay.
Harding,
Warren G.
If
Harding.
I was him, I'd ride a
Hoover.
tank down that
Herbert
street
Clark
after
Hoover
the
from
last
West
12
Point,
years,
Chicago.
right?
or Teddy Roosevelt?
Why do I think Theodore Roosevelt would have rode a horse?
Well, I mean, that is the
But-
image we have of Theodore Roosevelt, right?
I'm going to say Theodore Roosevelt.
It's actually Warren G. Harding,
Warren G. Harding.
1921. He's the first president to ride to the ceremony in an automobile.
He should have taken a horse. Would have been faster. You would have.
Well, I don't know what kind of car he had. I just know he came to the car.
Let's see.
And as we're watching this, trying to pick out some more people to talk about so that we can tell you who we're seeing here. It's a lot of blue suits this
Yes.
year. I was watching your
I'm the king of New
commentary
York,
from the last
Meadow.
inauguration. I remember that Janet said a lot of the ladies wore teal. This time it's definitely navy blue.
It seems to be, yes.
Okay. I did one. Now I'm going to change my shirt and do another.
See the open seats. That'll be when we start the ceremony.
We're waiting. We're just waiting for the presidential inaugural arrival. And as soon as they show up, we are going to show you some footage of that. We'll go right to that camera. It looks like they're coming down. There we go. Looks like there they are. They're coming down Pennsylvania Avenue right now. On their way. You know, Thomas Jefferson walked to and from his inauguration.
His boarding house was the modern day Longworth building.
Okay, I'm
At
back.
that time when he was inaugurated.
Since there's
the
only
room was
8 of
the
you in
Senate
here now,
chamber.
I'd like to
Mhm.
sing to you all.
It's a stunning room.
Don't tell anybody I'm
Please
singing,
visit us.
okay? Because I think it
Hopefully
pisses
you'll
my
be able to
boyfriend.
see the room. And
You
mentioned
ready?
not his first, but the second inauguration.
I'm proud to be an American. Well,
He
you
said in
know
one of his
I'm
inaugural speeches, I
free.
believe it's the second,
And I
difference in
won't
opinion
forget
does not
the
necessarily
man who
make a
died,
difference in principle.
who gave our right
So,
to
in
me,
translation,
and
we
I
can
gladly stand.
disagree. We can.
I'm not gonna hit that note
The principles. Those are the fighting
to
voices.
you and defend her still
It's very much
today.
the way it is
'Cause
today.
at least
You know,
I
we've been talking a
know
lot about
I love
the
this
weather, of course,
land.
but
God bless
at
the
the
U.S.
beginning, the oath of office ceremony
Hello, my 2
was
cents.
always indoors.
Mhm.
And then
Oh no.
I think it's James Monroe who's the first to take
Make it
the oath
Outside.
outside.
So how come when I
That's another thing
started
I was
singing,
thinking
I
of.
had less people in
I
here?
remember
Did
reading,
you guys
we were
tell
talking about
on me that I
Reagan's
was
ceremony
singing?
in the rotunda.
God,
That
fuck
happened
you
on
all.
the Monday,
Mm-hmm.
the 5th.
Mhm.
because the 4th was a
Good morning,
Sunday.
Pop
And
Neil.
not only, I'm sorry, the,
Chief Lieutenant
I'm
or
going back
whatever.
and
I'm
forth. There
so
used to be
sorry.
a
I
march,
always get it wrong. I'm
and now
gonna
there's been a
memorize
Amendment.
it.
Yes.
so it's on the 21st
Okay.
of January.
Are you
And,
gonna copyright strike me, Budsville?
you know, not only was that Sunday
Okay, now let's do
the
another
20th,
TikTok. So I got
but
one.
it was also
You
Super
guys,
Bowl
I
Sunday.
got one TikTok done.
Yep.
But guess how many
Emily,
I need
there's
to
an
make
image.
today? I need to
There's
make
an image of
20
the Emancipation
TikToks
Hall we
today.
want you to see.
And I got one.
And friends, Emily and I, we've seen a lot of ceremonies in this room. And this is where, again, the rotunda can only hold so many people.
Okay, so we've got one done.
you
Now
have
let's do
others.
another.
I shouldn't say that's
There's
not
this
the right
one.
word to use. Others,
She
but
goes,
those
hey,
that were not able
Samantha,
to make
what
the
do you
rotunda
want to be for
to go into
Halloween?
this, our
Fucked.
relatively new visitor center. I shouldn't say relatively new. It's, 2008 when it's opened. And so this is another staging area. This is another view of the presidential
There we
motorcade.
go. Presidential motorcade arriving.
Okay. Robin.
Again, coming in on the east front.
What a scene at Emancipation Hall. That was,
There's so many people.
if I'm not mistaken, there's about 12,000 to 14,000 seats there. So I'm sure there's more than that around.
Okay, let's do this one.
Oh, there's the presidential seal on.
And I'm thinking that don't miss that meal.
coming in.
Ooh. Discard. Oops. Why did it get quiet? Oh. Okay.
Expect the ceremony to start. More music about.
Ooh, I kind of like this one.
Eastern Daylight
Should I
Savings
keep
Time.
it?
Again, this is the 60th inauguration ceremony. We are under the wonderful guidance and assistance of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural
I'm a
Ceremonies,
spoopy, but I never smell.
known as JSIG. We await the 47th presidential-elect Donald J. Trump, the 50th presidential-elect.
I'm a spoopy, but I never smell.
Again, this is the Senate side. We call this the carriage door.
Right, and as we watch the presidential motorcade arriving, we're going to be listening to Lee.
2 days
Greenwood
ago, I was at
sing
my house and got
in the
hot and
rotunda.
stripped down to a t-shirt and panties. Today it's in the 20s and we are slated to get 4 to 8 inches of snow in Louisiana. We are not okay. Agreed. And by the way, is everybody okay from that fire yesterday? God bless
Dance.
America.
Lucia are walking in right now.
Well, let's. Lee Greenwood just finished his rendition of Proud to be American as he exits to the left.
Okay, so I'm back, and I just like
Oh,
to
that
say
sounds
that
like
Hamilton is
President
not
Elect Trump.
cheating on me right now. I thought he was, but he's not.
Yeah, you can hear President
I
Biden.
really thought he was, though, but he's not. Unless he's really good at pretending.
President Biden.
That's why I
sworn in, 78
muted.
years of age.
Confirm I was not being cheated on.
President Donald
No injuries,
J. Trump.
but fully involved
shortly
structure by our
responded,
home.
78
Unfortunately,
years.
likely a total loss. Oh, I hope they have insurance, unlike the people in California. Not to
God
make
bless
light of
America.
it.
Mm-hmm. Catherine Lee Bates. Is it Falmouth or Falmouth, Massachusetts? That's
Oh, Falmouth.
Falmouth.
Yes.
Falmouth. Thank you.
I was wondering where you're going with that one.
I'm as poopy, but I never smell.
Sounds like the vice president's arriving.
I really would like to hear that rendition of God Bless America. The Space was traveling to Colorado to lecture, specifically Colorado Springs, where I was spending some time last October. And
I'm as poopy, but
So
I
good.
never smell.
that she
Okay, now I'm done with 2. Let's do a third.
penciled a poem. And then
Thank you guys all for being here for me while I have emotional support while I do these TikToks.
hope you're enjoying our time with us. Thank you so much for those of you who've been with us since 8:55 Eastern Time.
Only bitch I'm in the competition with is me.
Yes, we're just waiting for everyone to arrive right now.
I'd like to know what type of piano that is. Tell you what, the next break I might just go down there and find out what type. What if it's Kindle? I played piano when I was 11 years of age, and obviously I chose another career.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Oh,
Okay.
here we
the
go.
President-elect's cabinet and cabinet-level designees.
Here we go.
President-elect Donald J. Trump's cabinet and designees approaching.
The president's cabinet is
This is me making
appointed by the president, but the Senate has a role in this. They confirm the appointments. It's showing the relationship between the legislative branch and the executive branch.
Where else can you see someone jump, jump, jump? Thank you, my 2 cents. I'm doing the ugly part of my TikToks, and I'm gonna shower
Once
and
they
do my
file in,
makeup on
Emily,
stream,
this
and then I'll
reminds
do
us
the
on tour
pretty
here.
part.
Getting people assembled
Right.
between 2 statues.
It is
Face
sort of
me,
similar.
anticipating the diplomatic corps to be introduced very shortly. Nice to see that sky blue colored dress.
Bitch, I'm in the
Infantry blue, as
competition
we
with
would
is
say.
me. Just like Trump.
In some parts of the military. I just know someone with a cowboy hat on. Okay, I missed that person. The members of the House of Representatives wore hats until about the 1830s, and the Senate took off their hats in the 1840s. That was a big deal. You used to wear your hat inside all the time in the 1830s. I said, okay, let's not do that, and the Senate continued. Thus, one of the many differences.
Yeah, the Senate and the House, they have their own rules for how they go about their proceedings, and those change with each new Congress. Or they can change. They don't have to, but they can.
Again,
Only bitch I'm in the competition with is me.
when the music's docile, that tells us what?
Someone's
Something's
coming.
right.
We're waiting for that curtain to open.
Come on! Come on, motherfuckers!
The announcer is from the military district of Washington, and wonderful voice. Don't know the person's name.
My hair looks so messy in these, which is the point.
Now they're coming through what we would call the west door of the Capitol building. So even though we're not on the west front, we are on the west side of the
Mhm.
rotunda for the ceremonies. Today, that's where everyone's sitting who's part of the ceremony.
The next time the drapes are separated, parted, notice the flag that's there. That was placed there when President Ronald Wilson Reagan lay in state. And someone thought it was a good idea, and they left it. They left it there. The flag hasn't always been there.
It's one of those things that, oh, here we go.
Here we go.
Someone's called the room to
Here we
attention.
go. Bitch, I'm in the competition with this me.
We're just waiting to see who's coming in.
Well, Mark Zuckerberg.
Yeah, I've got a hair on my lip.
Bezos.
Okay, I gotta get a better one of this.
No shortage of people in that.
I'm almost done with 3 out of 20 TikToks I need to make.
I think President Reagan, we had, I believe it was about 900 people approximately.
Yes. Yeah, but that was standing room only. So,
It won't be
yeah.
900.
Okay, I think I got one.
Not today.
What I was going to say before we were called to
Now let's
attention
move on to number 4.
Right. They,
was that one of the iconic pictures is of people coming into the rotundas. They want that.
Okay,
that
let's
picture in
see.
front
Who
of
can
that
we see
American
here?
flag as they come on in
Can we see
Um,
Trump?
and fill in the
let's
space and
see.
go on tour. You know, the Capitol building used to be
I don't
the
see
biggest
him.
building in Washington, D.C.
Am
And
I, like,
so it was
completely
always
missing
hosting
him on
events.
here?
And you can see in this photo or in this video how you could have a really large ceremony inside in the rotunda specifically.
96-foot diameter.
So what the fuck? You can play it
108
both?
windows.
Oh, for 180. Well, it's
One-
360 degrees in a circle. So. And one of the facts we always tell the kids is if you took the Statue of Liberty off her pedestal, you
Please,
could
please don't do that.
please don't
Please
do that,
don't
but
do
if
what?
you did,
You could.
you could fit her inside the Capitol Rotunda,
God,
and
okay.
she'll still have almost 30 feet to spare. So Tim Cook has just come in.
Okay, I'm gonna change my shirt again. I'll be right back.
Few options when you come in. Go where you're assigned.
Yeah, please follow your tour guide.
Please follow your tour guide. Where have we heard that?
Yep.
Speaking of tours, are we touring tomorrow? We shall see.
Okay. Where are you
The
at,
Capitol
Trump?
is closed on holidays
Where are you at, sir?
such as Thanksgiving,
Like,
Christmas,
where are
New
you?
Year's.
Where are you? Where are you?
However, we would have been open
Where are you?
today
Where-
on this day in which Martin Luther King Jr.
If he's up
If it
there and
wasn't
anybody in
inauguration,
chat feels like they'd like
we
to
would
tell
have
me
In
been
other
that,
words, we'll be open President's holiday,
Right.
the third Monday of
next
February.
on the agenda.
Memorial Day, 4th of July.
Okay.
Mhm.
This one.
Please check our website, visit thecapitol.gov
Whoa.
to see about operations for tomorrow. That's the sound of those rifles. That's
Wait, how is this?
it is approaching 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm Ryan.
Oh,
Jackson.
so there's another 30 minutes, I think.
Emily Velo is with us. We are happy to present on behalf of CHASIC the 60th
I got
inauguration.
the times all
President-elect Donald
wrong.
J. Trump will be sworn in by Chief Justice John Roberts shortly. When I say shortly, in about another 45 minutes. And Associate Justice Brett Kavanaugh will swear in Vice President-elect J.D. Vance.
I know, I agree.
Between that time,
Fuck them.
a lot to observe, including the announcement of the Supreme Court justices. We have the luncheon that we're going to feature in National Statuary Hall, the
There's-
Old House Chamber, the signing room,
In the president's room.
President's rooms.
There's a lot.
There's more than that.
And we're going to be with you for it all.
Thanks. We've been 2 hours just like that.
Flew by.
2 hours. Have you ever given a tour 2 hours?
Yes.
My goodness.
Yes.
There's
Have you, Ron? I think you have.
oh, so get me started. I might do it after this broadcast. I'm feeling motivated.
We're looking out. This is this is a view that we get to see a lot.
Yes.
On the right-hand side is the Library of Congress, biggest library in the world. And
This
then on the
next
other
one
side,
I'm
the third
doing
branch
is
of
like, are
government,
you breaking
the
up
Supreme
with
Court.
me?
You know, the
Okay.
Supreme Court used to be in the Capitol
I was
building
born in Arkansas.
all the
Is
way
that
until
where they're from?
1935.
That's hard to believe. In
I don't
just
know much
another,
about that,
what's
but I
the,
can't
11
stand them
years
either.
will be the 100th anniversary of the modern day Supreme Court. You're going to hear the name President William Howard Taft a lot. A lot. Case Gilbert, the architect.
Yeah.
You're going to hear that name a lot. Speaking of President Taft, I think you mentioned this earlier about weather with President Taft in 1909. 9.8 inches.
Yeah, they had a big blizzard, and so they had to move everything indoors. Yep. But the Supreme Court being sharing space with the Senate for so long, it seems unbelievable today. But now they have their own building.
Emily, we're having a moment here in which we're about to observe the departure. Ah, yes. Well, right. The setup for the departure is going on at the moment. So you see Marine One.
Right. Yep. So that is. There was a question as to whether or not the weather would be good enough today for Marine One to take off. But it
Michelle
has been
from
cleared, so
oh my god.
we're happy that it's there.
That's funny.
And it sounds like we're taking our seats in the rotunda. I heard.
It's that time, 11 o'clock. That ceremony. That piano player, I hope that person, I'd like to know that person's name again. That Dallas player.
Uh-oh. Let me get my charger. 1 second.
Beginning to see people, they were going around shaking hands, talking to people. The seriousness of the moment is.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, please be seated.
Oh, this is a wonderful one. Lovely.
Nice touch.
We're going to preview some of the things we're going to see in just a few minutes. And of course, they'll come up on your screen, but we're looking forward to having a call to order by Amy Klobuchar, who, like we said, is the head of JSIC, the Joint Committee. Also, invocation by Cardinal Dolan and Franklin Graham. I'm excited to hear a little opera.
All right, I'm back
an opera
with
singer
my
from New York. We
charger.
have Christopher Macchio. He is going to be singing later.
I think I've done like 4
It
out
was-
of 20
Speaking
TikToks,
of
which
opera
of course
singers, it was Jesse
I'm
Norman.
only done with the beginning of them. The
1985.
ends of them I still have to do. So
Embrace the rotunda.
my computer
And
never
then,
wants to fucking
country music
start.
star Carrie Underwood will be singing "America the Beautiful." So
Why?
lots of pomp
Oh,
and
they're
circumstance. It's a very
Yeah.
important event for America, but also a lot of great music.
I liked our last shot from the East Front. It was showing the preparation for the departure. Again, this is just so many pieces that come together.
Oh, there we go. Yep.
Yeah, that's a ceremony. That is a formal ceremony of the Vice President and, excuse me, the President will, President Biden, Dr. Jill Biden will depart.
Yeah.
We'll talk about this later. 50 years of service. That's something to reflect
Celebrate.
on.
Yep, absolutely. I'm just drawn to the Library of Congress in the background. But I'm heard that the Supreme Court is going to be arriving shortly. They have such a long trek from across the street to come to the Capitol building.
Oh, they didn't walk, but it's long, lengthy. They didn't walk, but it is, you're right. Yeah.
Of course, we have the old Supreme Court. We were talking about that a little bit earlier on the first floor on the Senate side of the building. We get to go in there quite a bit.
So many rooms. It's such a wonderful building. We'll
I'm
talk about this
confused why we're showing the
again a little later.
outside, but okay.
Right. Okay, here we go. So next should be the Supreme Court justices.
Emily, the painting to our left, Saratoga, New York, and to the right, Yorktown, Virginia. We'll get to those a little later on. But just those are wondering, who on earth is
Oscar?
in the red coat?
Listen, baby, I know I've been a bad girl,
Who's
but
in the
you
red
have
coat
to be
on the right?
crazy not to
General
take
Hair.
me
We will
down.
get to those paintings a little bit. We look forward to the Judiciary Branch making an appearance inside the rotunda.
Yep.
Again, this room dates back to 1824.
All three branches of government here today. The legislative branch is hosting, but the executive branch, the judicial branch.
We have volunteers that work with us that are here today, so everyone contributing, and you, those of you that are watching our YouTube broadcast, thank you for your patience. Music playing, that means just give it a second or two, right?
Yeah.
It's hard to believe just 3 years ago, Russell Carter, laying in state.
Right. Very different ceremony, a very solemn affair. And thousands of people came to give their condolences. And today we're celebrating our government.
Yes.
What we're supposed to do is a democracy.
Well stated. Well stated.
The thing is, I'm watching this about how here, we're on the East Coast, we're in Washington, D.C., but people came from literally all over the country to be here today.
World.
In some cases, the world, right? And that people from all around the world are watching this.
Just the two of us.
That Congress,
Just the two of us.
It's supposed to represent the people. That's in the preamble of the Constitution.
Valentine's Day is coming up.
And so here we have people from every corner of our country coming together to show who we are as a nation.
I wonder what the broadcast will be like 100 years from now. West Front and beyond.
Right.
Oh, I gotta change my shirt again. I'll be right back.
There are things. There there are new things about this ceremony that I never thought would happen. We now have a space force, right? And they're part of.
Space Force, yes.
They're going to be part of the pass and review of the military later for the very first time. So, the Constitution can be amended. That's what the founders wanted. And so we change as the world changes, as our country changes.
Emily, June 6th of last year,
Mhm.
I attended a ceremony. The
Yeah,
astronauts
I know.
who are flying.
He's really
over the moon later
freaking
in the
huge.
year with
He's
Prince Canada.
6'7".
The lead
Tammy was
commander
saying
said,
some
"When
shit about him
your
today. It was
children-"
funny, like
excuse me,
that he-
when your grandchildren
that he's like born to
fly
be
from Mars to
Never
the
mind,
moon
I'll just say it. Might get in
to
trouble
here,
by-
there was a tree. The saplings came from the moon. They planted it. It's a wonderful. It's not a spruce. It'll come to me. It's sweet gum. It's a sweet gum. A tree was planted last year.
Wake up,
And
wake
you mentioned Space
up!
Force, and I couldn't help but think
It's
the
the
astronaut
first
said,
of the month.
this is going to be in the future.
Wake up, wake
And
up!
so,
And I
It's
think,
the first
I
of the
think right now we're
month.
going to listen in.
Never mind, it's not the first of the month. My bad.
this land is your land.
I didn't know they were going to play this, but
Fuck.
Ladies and gentlemen, former vice presidents, the Honorable Dan Quayle, accompanied by Mrs. Marilyn Quayle, and the Honorable Michael Pence.
Yeah, let's see. Here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 42nd President of the United States, the Honorable William J. Clinton, accompanied by the Honorable Hillary Rodham Clinton.
What? I'm so weird. Why the fuck? It's so weird.
We got 2 frozen diesels sitting in the driveway.
Why the fuck would they like be announced like that?
Ladies and gentlemen, the 43rd President of the United States, the Honorable George W. Bush, accompanied by Mrs. Laura Bush.
I'm not a fan.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 44th President of the United States, the Honorable Barack H. Obama.
Yay! Here we go. Do 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 do. Why did it freeze like that? That was weird. Did something happen?
Ladies and gentlemen, the Chief Justice of the United States, the Honorable John G. Roberts, Jr., and the Associate Justices of the Supreme Court of the United States.
Is Hulk Hogan there? I don't know.
In the pick in bed, so I hit them in the DM.
Hey, big head. What? Why is it quiet? I haven't seen Hulk Hogan, but I'm sure he's there. Okay, there we go, finally.
Tiffany Trump and Barron Trump.
No, I'm making TikToks as I'm doing this, which I've told everybody. I've made like 4 or 5 of them. And I only put the sound up when I thought it was a funny part of the song. I like moved the sound to the computer so you guys could hear it. Hope you're having a great day, Hammy. Okay. I'll be right back. I'm gonna change my shirt again.
Ladies and gentlemen, escorting Dr. Biden and Mr. Emhoff, the Republican Staff Director of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Ms. Emily Leviner, the Senate Secretary for the Minority, the Honorable Gary Myrick, the House of Representatives Chief
All these
Administrative
peeps.
Officer, the Honorable Catherine Spindor, and Mr. Bruce Fisher.
Okay, so let's see how many TikToks I've made so far.
Ladies
I've
and gentlemen,
made-
Dr. Jill Biden and Mr. Douglas Emhoff.
1, 2, 3. Wait, I can't actually tell how many. Fuck. I probably made 4 or 5 so far. Me too, that would be funny as hell. Me too. Is there like an orchestra there, or is this music digitally added? Pretty sure there's an orchestra there. I don't know where though, and I could be wrong. It's coming through a hidden JBL. I love it. Wow, some of these TikToks are so much easier than others. Hey, Samantha, what do you want to be for Halloween? Fucked.
Hey, Samantha, what do you want to be? Hey, Samantha, what do you want to be for Halloween? Samantha, what do you want to be for Halloween? Samantha, what do you want to be?
These are so easy to make. These TikTok, the ugly part is so easy to make. I need eye drops for this next one because I have to pretend I'm crying. This is a little, yeah, totally. And also, Hammy, isn't it weird that they moved it inside? Isn't that a little scary? Oh. Thanks, babe. Pretty cold this year to have it outside, to be honest. Yeah, but babe, what if something happens inside? Babe? I'm just kidding. Let the bodies hit the floor. Sorry, it's a transition I'm doing. It's not, I don't mean for anybody to die. Okay. Oh, fucking stop. Okay, now I gotta change my shirt again. I'll be right back, please. I'm Becky Pooh. Remember Bernie Sanders in his winter coat last time? No? Okay. New shirt, who day is? Ooh, I like this shirt on me. Thank you all for watching this with me while I make my TikToks. This is crazy. Why is it taking so long? What the fuck? I'm not missing anything, Hammy, am I? Like, I'm not, like, on the wrong thing?
Ladies and gentlemen, performing Oh America, please welcome the Armed Forces Chorus and America's Tenor, Christopher D. Macchio.
Oh, America, you're calling. I can hear you calling me.
Call me back. And maybe I will. So rephrase your question. I'm making TikToks right now. I agree this is weird.
Oh, America, no weeping. Let there be wounded heart. Will keep you in my keeping till there'll be
Wow, I've made so many. Okay, I'll look now that you called me by the proper formalities. It's just, I feel like, I don't know. Ravens got screwed out of this with perhaps having a star player on the take. Maybe Mark Andrews had a little big side bet, but he kind of blew the whole damn thing for the Ravens, so I lost the bet. I mean, we still won 6K. We just lost 30K. I have to re-explain this to Amber later. Didn't exactly feel like hearing an explanation last night. No 450K, no 30K, but the Eagles are in the NFC Championship, and even though we have no money on it, they could still win the Super Bowl. Right side, Eagles got okay. Well, I mean, what's there to hate on? He bet his money like a good man would, you know. Do you think I'm against betting? Do I appear to be against that type of thing? No. So what? And by the way, this is me making my ugly TikToks. I look better making my ugly TikToks than you ever will, bitch. And you will on your best day, bitch. Good enough. You know, I surely hope that my TikToks are not recording the sound in the background. Let me go listen really quick. Yep, they're not. They're not. They're not. Yay. They're not.
The Honorable Jackie Barber, the clerk of the House
so
of
you will not call me
Representatives, the
fat
Honorable
in this
Kevin
home.
F. McCumber,
I'm
Mr. John
skinny,
Bessler,
so you will not
Mrs.
call
Kelly
me
Johnson,
fat in this
Mrs.
home.
Iris Weinshaw Schumer, and Mrs.
Skinny
Jennifer
bitch.
Scalise.
Skinny bitch. Skinny bitch. Skinny bitch. Skinny bitch, Natalia. Okay. Okay. Alrighty. J-Cam. Heart you. Hi, Tina. Happy inauguration today. Your cousin's wife is there? Damn. My two cents? Okay, so I'm not related to anybody there, but I will say that Trump's attorney is Chaldean from the same village as my family. That's all. What? Your cousin, the Speaker of the House? Damn. I got a famous bitch in my chat. And when I say bitch, I say it out of love. I'm a bitch too. So we're famous bitches. Up in the chat. 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 Up in the chat.
Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the President of the
Chat.
United States and the Vice President
Sorry,
of the
I'll get
United
back
States,
to my TikToks
ranking
now.
member of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Deb Fischer, House Democratic Leader, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries, and Senate Majority Secretary, the Honorable Robert Duncan.
And we got another famous person in the chat. You know, NYC Cherry Group has actually been on a show I've watched.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, the Honorable Joseph R. Biden Jr., and Vice President of the United States, the Honorable Kamala Devi Harris.
Two of us. Oh, God. Two of us. We can make it if we try. Just the two of us. Just the two. We will discuss this in a moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the Vice
This is the
President-elect,
important thing. Well,
the
no,
Executive Director
I need
for
to
the
actually
Joint
just go
Congressional
ahead and
Committee.
address this. A man that won't put the money on the line, I'm sorry. I personally, the type of person I am, I put my money on the line. So if my man wants to be a little pussy ass bitch, that's fine. He can be the pussy. Maybe like, you know, you need a pussy ass bitch to like be the financially savvy one. I don't know. But I'm not a pussy, and I would have done the same fucking thing. So don't ask me. I would have been proud of Hammy because that's $6,000 we wouldn't have had before anyways.
On inaugural ceremonies, Mr. Michael Wagner, Senate Deputy Sergeant at Arms and Doorkeeper Jason Bell, and House Deputy
Not
Sergeant
you,
at Arms,
Hammy.
Mr. Sean Keating.
It's somebody in the chat that you have blocked.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President-elect of the United States, the Honorable J.D. Vance.
Sorry, I'm just speeding it up for a minute. It'll go back to regular speed in a second. The way it sounds on that fast speed is hilarious. Okay. Joe looks lost. Don't have 40 grand in my account because I bet money. I'm a better. Like what?
Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the President-elect, the Staff Director for the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Elizabeth Farah, House Sergeant at Arms, the Honorable William P. McFarland, Senate Sergeant at Arms and Doorkeeper, the Honorable Jennifer A. Hemingway, Senate Majority Leader, the Honorable John Thune, and the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural
I
Ceremonies.
didn't pass this out
House
at some point.
Democratic Leader,
That
the
wouldn't be
Honorable Hakeem
good.
Jeffries. House Majority Leader, the Honorable Steve Scalise. Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Mike Johnson. Senate Democratic Leader, the Honorable Charles E. Schumer. Ranking Member of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Deb Fisher. And Chairwoman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies,
I'm
the
also way
Honorable
more
Amy
entertaining than
Klobuchar.
you, and I'm also a natural born entertainer. So I can make up shit, make myself sound certain ways. Hey, if I sound like a loser who gambles all my money, that's fine. At least I'm providing entertainment. Woo! And guess what, bitch? One day my bank account will be overflowing. I'm just not as old as you yet. How?
Ladies and gentlemen, the
Oh.
President-elect of the United States, the Honorable Donald John Trump.
Time with you, just the two of us. We can make it if we try. Just the two of us, the two of us. I'm making Hamilton a Valentine's Day short right now. That's why I'm singing that. And also, yeah. Hi, Trump. Do your thing, 21. Do your thing. Do your thing, 21. Do your thing. Oh, shit. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
Sorry. And also, my heart goes out to Good Job Buddy and Amber. Sorry you're going through that today. How it feels to lose, and losing like at the casino is obviously different than bets. But I've had problems in my life where I've like lost a lot and felt like so fucking down, and nothing can bring me back up. So I don't want to be that person anymore.
The Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Amy Klobuchar.
So I try to be honorable and emotionally stable when I go to the casino now, and not gamble thousands of dollars.
Welcome to the 60th presidential
Who is
inauguration.
Oh, okay.
Today, President-elect Trump and Vice President-elect Vance will take their oaths of office, and we will witness the peaceful transfer of power at the heart of our democracy.
Sit down. Be humble. Okay, sorry.
For the past year, I've chaired the inaugural ceremony committee, which includes the leadership of Congress from both parties. We thank the committee and Capitol staff and law enforcement who worked so hard over the last year, and especially the last 3 days. You've done a beautiful job, and you have shown grace under pressure. Our theme this year is our enduring democracy. The presence of so many presidents and vice presidents here today is truly a testament to that endurance. We welcome President Biden and Dr. Biden. We welcome Vice President Harris and Doug Emhoff, President Obama, President Clinton and Secretary Clinton, President Bush and Laura Bush, Vice President Pence, Vice President Quayle and Marilyn Quayle. The justices of the United States Supreme Court are with us. all 9 of them I counted, and of course, the Trump and Vance families. This ceremony marks what will soon be 250 years of our democracy. It is the moment when leaders elevated by the will of the people
So
promise to be
I have
faithful
a really
to our
quick
Constitution,
question.
to cherish and defend it. It is the moment when they become, as we all should be,
What
the
would have
guardians of our
happened
country.
if he would
Through
have done
war and
half on
peace,
each?
through adversity and prosperity, we hold this inauguration every 4 years. And today it falls on Martin Luther King Day, a further reminder that we must strive to uphold the values enshrined in our Constitution, the freedoms, the liberties, and as is inscribed on the entrance of the United States Supreme Court, equal justice under law. But what makes this moment more than a passing ceremony is all who are watching it across the country.
Put that on the
people of
beat,
this
ho!
nation, the ordinary people doing extraordinary things. President Kennedy, who at one point worked as a senator in this building and would often walk through this very rotunda, once said, "In a democracy, every citizen, regardless of interest in politics, holds office. Every one of us is in a position of responsibility." With that responsibility of citizenship comes an obligation not to seek out malice, as President Lincoln once reminded us, but to view others with a generosity of spirit, despite our differences. With that responsibility of leadership comes an obligation to stand our ground when we must and find common ground
I was
when
good
we
on
can.
my own, that's the way it
With
was.
everything swirling around us, the hot mess of division, it is on all of us, to quote an incredible songwriter who just happened to be born in my state, to ensure that our nation's democracy is our shelter from the storm. There's a reason this ceremony takes place at the Capitol. In other countries, it might be in a presidential
Are you
palace
really
or a
horny
gilded
right now,
executive
Annie?
office building. Here it is
Is she turning
traditionally
you
held at the
on?
Capitol, the People's House. It is a fitting reminder of the system of checks and balances that is the very foundation
TikTok
of
dance right
our
now,
government.
everybody.
3 equal branches of government. That is how, for nearly 250 years, our great American experiment, grounded in the rule of law, has endured. So, as we inaugurate a new president and vice president, let us remember that the power of those in this room comes from the people, the construction workers who build our country, the teachers and healthcare workers who nurture us, the troops defending our freedoms, and yes, the firefighters in Los Angeles putting themselves on the line for us. Our democracy's strength and grit must match theirs. May God bless our nation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Endurance through the years is the ultimate test. To persevere through time is the truest measure of an idea, an institution, and a nation. Our founders wrote the Constitution so that America could withstand all the twists and turns of time. They wrote it to guide us and to preserve forever our right of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But as much as the truths and principles enshrined in our Constitution remain the same, our democracy promises the American people the power to change. to chart
Okay, let's
their
try.
own destiny. That's the beauty. That is the importance of democracy. It allows the endurance, the permanence of a nation through change. It allows nations like our United States both to avoid the obstacles and to seize the opportunities God has placed before us, all while staying true to our founding principles. Today is our country's 60th inauguration ceremony. Like all the others before it, it is a celebration of our right
Hey,
to set
Robin.
our uniquely American course. The past several years have been trying at times for many, many Americans, and also for the nations of the free world that we humbly strive to lead. In November, Americans chose again to steer this nation towards greatness, the secure, safe, and prosperous future that our founders envisioned for all of us. And today, we celebrate not only their decision to do so, but also the simple right and wisdom of a free people to make their own choice so that their nation might endure. And now, allow me to welcome Archbishop Timothy Dolan and Reverend Franklin Graham, who will deliver our invocation. Please rise.
You was just another on the hit
Be
list.
still and know that I am God,
What?
supreme among the
Oh, that's a
nations,
priest.
supreme on the
I
earth.
just came back into the room.
Let us pray.
All sorts of confizzle.
Remembering General George Washington on his knees at Valley Forge, recalling Abraham Lincoln at his second inaugural, with malice toward none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right as God gives us to see the right. Remembering General George Patton's instructions to his soldiers as they began the Battle of the Bulge 8 decades ago. Pray. Pray when fighting. Pray alone. Pray with others. Pray by night. Pray by day. Observing the birthday of the Reverend Martin Luther King, who warned, without God, our efforts turn to ashes.
Jerry says
We, blessed citizens of this one nation under God, humbled by our claim that in God we trust, gather indeed this inauguration day to pray for our President Donald J. Trump, his family, his advisors, his cabinet, his aspirations, his vice president, for the Lord's blessings upon Joseph Biden, for our men and women in uniform, for each other whose hopes are stoked this new year, this inauguration day. We cannot err in relying upon that prayer from the Bible, upon which our president will soon place his hand in oath, as we make our own the supplications of King Solomon for wisdom as he began his governance. God of our fathers, in your wisdom you set man to govern your creatures, to govern in holiness and justice, to render justice with integrity. Give our leader wisdom, for he is your servant, aware of his own weakness and brevity of life. If wisdom which comes not from you be not with him, he shall be held in no esteem. Send wisdom from heavens that she may be with him, that he may know your designs. Please, God, bless America. Please mend her every flaw. You are the God in whom we trust, who lives and reigns forever and ever. Amen.
Mr. President, the last 4 years, there are times I'm sure you thought it was pretty dark. But look what God has done. We praise him and give him glory.
Give away. Now we're here to confess.
Let us pray. Our Father and our God, thou hast said, blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord. As the prophet Daniel prayed,
Glory.
blessed be the name of God forever and ever. For wisdom and might are his. He changes the times and the seasons. He removes kings. He raises up kings.
No, it's not.
He gives wisdom to the
Don't
wise
be rude.
and knowledge to those who have understanding. Our Father, today, as President Donald J. Trump takes the oath of office once again, we come to say thank you, O Lord our God. Father,
This is
when
really
Donald Trump's
funny.
enemies thought he was down and out, you and you alone saved his life and raised him up with strength and power by your mighty hand. We pray for President Trump that you'll watch over, protect, guide, direct him. Give him your wisdom from your throne on high. We ask that you would bless him and that our nation would be blessed through him. We also ask that you would bless and protect Melania as First Lady. We thank you for the beauty, the warmth, and grace that she shows not only to this nation, but to the whole world. We thank you for Vice President-elect J.D. Vance and his wife Usha and their young family. May he be a strength to President Trump, to stand beside him, to hold up his arms like Aaron held up the arms of Moses in the midst of battle. The prophet Samuel reminded the people, it was you that brought them up from the land of Egypt. And he said, now stand still that I may reason with you before the Lord. So Father, we take this moment to stand still, to remember the great things that you have done for this nation. Thank you for the protection, the bounty, the freedoms that we so enjoy. We remember to keep our eyes fixed on you, and may our hearts be inclined to your voice. We know that America can never be great again if we turn our backs on you.
Away for a second.
We ask for your help, and we pray all of this in the name of the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords, your Son, my Savior, and our Redeemer, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome
Ladies and
Associate Justice
gentlemen.
Kavanaugh to administer the Vice Presidential Oath of Office.
Making TikToks for 2 hours, y'all. This is fun as fuck. Okay. Putting on an outfit for a different one. Because I have to do like a dance. Okay, let's see. This is the weirdest thing I've backed you all. Hamilton! You're funny. Okay. Ooh, this is a very cute outfit.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, James David Vance, do solemnly swear.
I, James David Vance, do solemnly swear.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith.
That I will bear true faith.
And allegiance to the same.
And allegiance to the same.
That I take this obligation freely.
That I take this obligation freely.
Without any mental reservation.
Without any mental reservation.
Or purpose of evasion.
Or purpose of evasion.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge.
The duties of the office.
The duties of the office.
On which I am about to enter.
On which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. Vice President.
He's like so young.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Chief Justice Roberts to administer the Presidential Oath of Office.
Was good on my own, that's the way it was. That's the way it was. You was good on your own for a faded buck.
Please
No,
raise
she's
your
not
right
there.
hand
She
and
said she
repeat
has
after
family.
me. I,
But it,
Donald
one of
John
them
Trump,
is the
do
Speaker of
solemnly
the
swear
House.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute
that I will faithfully execute
the office of President of the United States
the office of President of the United States
and will, to the best of my ability,
and will, to the best of my ability,
preserve, protect, and defend
preserve, protect, and defend
the Constitution of the United States.
the Constitution of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
What's that sound though? Okay. Thanks, everybody who responded to my question. Put that on the beat, ho.
I could read his righteous sentence in the dim and glaring lamps. His day is marching on.
In the corral? No. I don't think so. Cousin is not JD Vance. Cousin is Kelly. Show how much you know. Here's everyone. Not nice, Hammy. Oh, yeah. Listen to this. Is there going to be anything else on this that's going to be important? Just wondering. Ooh. Okay. All right, I'm back. I'll put this back on. I know I turned off the singing. It was annoying. Sorry.
It is my honor and pleasure to introduce to you the 45th and the 47th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you very much, everybody. Well, thank you very, very much. Vice President Vance, Speaker Johnson, Senator Thune, Chief Justice Roberts, Justices of the United States Supreme Court, President Clinton, President Bush, President Obama, President Biden, Vice President Harris, and my fellow citizens. The golden age of America begins right now. From this day forward, our country will flourish and be respected again all over the world. We will be the envy of every nation, and we will not allow ourselves to be taken advantage of any longer. During every single day of the Trump administration, I will very simply put America first. Our sovereignty will be reclaimed. Our safety will be restored. The scales of justice will be rebalanced. The vicious, violent, and unfair weaponization of the Justice Department and our government will end. And our top priority will be to create a nation that is proud, prosperous, and free.
I was good on my own, that's the way it was.
America will soon be greater, stronger, and far more exceptional than ever before. I return to the presidency confident and optimistic that we are at the start of a thrilling new era of national success. A tide of change is sweeping the country. Sunlight is pouring over the entire world. And America has the chance to seize this opportunity like never before.
You know we Hamilton
But
can't
first,
see
we
your
must be
comments,
honest
right?
about
So
the challenges we
really
face.
trigger him right now.
While they are plentiful, they will be annihilated by this great momentum that the world is now witnessing in the United States of America. As we gather today, our government
appreciate you
confronts
trying
a
to trigger
crisis
us
of
all the time,
trust.
though. Goop's thing
For
is
many years, a radical and
for being
corrupt
boring.
establishment has extracted power and wealth from our citizens while the pillars of our society lay broken and seemingly in complete disrepair. We now have a government that cannot manage even a simple crisis at home, while at the same time stumbling into a continuing catalog of catastrophic events abroad. It fails to protect our magnificent, law-abiding American citizens, but provides sanctuary and protection for dangerous criminals, many from prisons and mental institutions that have illegally entered our country from all over the world.
My goodies.
We have a government that has given unlimited funding to the defense of foreign borders, but refuses to defend American borders or, more importantly, its own people. Our country can no longer deliver basic services in times of emergency, as recently shown by the wonderful people of North Carolina, been treated so badly. And other states who are still suffering from a hurricane that took place many months ago. Or more recently, Los Angeles, where we're watching fires still tragically burn. From weeks ago, without even a token of defense, they're raging through the houses and communities, even affecting some of the wealthiest and most powerful individuals in our country, some of whom are sitting here right now. They don't have a home any longer. That's interesting. But we can't let this happen. Everyone is unable to do anything about it that's going to change. We have a public health system that does not deliver in times of disaster, yet more money is spent on it than any country anywhere in the world. And we have an education system that teaches our children to be ashamed of themselves in many cases, to hate our country despite the love that we try so desperately to provide to them. All of this will change starting today, and it will change very quickly. My recent election is a mandate to completely and totally reverse a horrible betrayal and all of these many betrayals that have taken place, and to give the people back their faith, their wealth, their democracy, and indeed their freedom. From this moment on, America's decline is over.
Okay, so I think I'm done with all
Our liberties and our nation's glorious destiny will no longer be denied, and we will immediately restore the integrity, competency, and loyalty of America's government. Over the past 8 years, I have been tested and challenged more than any president in our 250-year history, and I've learned a lot along the way. The journey to reclaim our republic has not been an easy one, that I can tell you. Those who wish to stop our cause have tried to take my freedom and indeed to take my life. Just a few months ago in a beautiful Pennsylvania field, an assassin's bullet ripped through my ear. But I felt then, and believe even more so now, that my life was saved for a reason. I was saved by God to make America great again.
Well, just the ugly part. That's what I call it. Ugly part. It's funny because my ugly part is still hotter than the best part. So why is that? Sorry.
Thank you very much.
Canada thinks Trump has little hands.
That is why each day under our administration of American patriots, We will be working to meet every crisis with dignity and power and strength. We will move with purpose and speed to bring back hope, prosperity, safety, and peace for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. For American citizens, January 20th, 2025 is Liberation Day.
That's all we want to know.
It is my hope that our recent presidential election will be remembered as the greatest and most consequential election in the history of our country. As our victory showed, the entire nation is rapidly unifying behind our agenda with dramatic increases in support from virtually every element of our society, young and old, men and women, African Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, urban, suburban, rural, and very importantly, we had a powerful win in all 7 swing states. And the popular vote, we won by millions of people. To the Black and Hispanic communities, I want to thank you for the tremendous outpouring of love and trust that you have shown me with your vote.
You know what
we set records.
I might
will not
shower
forget
in
it.
my guest shower.
I've heard your voices in the campaign, and I look forward to working with you
I'll talk after
in the
Trump.
years to come. Today is Martin Luther King Day, and his honor, this will be a great honor. But in his honor, we will strive together to make his dream a reality. We will make his dream come true.
What do you mean you're going to make his dream come true? Aren't you filled with hate and don't you have like some plans to like destroy everything?
National unity
Oh man.
is now returning to
Wow.
America.
I
and
made so many
confidence
fucking
and pride is
TikToks.
soaring like never before.
So happy.
In everything we do, my administration
I'm
will
so
be
fucking
inspired
happy
by a
right
strong
now.
pursuit of excellence and unrelenting success. We will not forget our country. We will not forget our Constitution. And we will not forget our God. Can't do that. Today, I will sign a series of historic executive orders. With these actions, we will begin the complete restoration of America and the revolution of common sense. It's all about common sense. First, I will declare a national emergency at our southern border.
I don't know if anybody cares, but Hammy made my thumbnail and I love it so much. Thank you so much. I love it.
Legal entry will immediately be halted, and we will begin the process of returning millions and millions of criminal aliens back to the places from which they came. We will reinstate my Remain in Mexico policy. I will end the practice of catch and release. And I will send troops to the southern border to repel the disastrous invasion of our country. Under the orders I signed today, we will also be designating the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. And by invoking the Alien Enemies Act of 17 98, I will direct our government to use the full and immense power of federal and state law enforcement to eliminate the presence of all foreign gangs and criminal networks, bringing devastating crime to U.S. soil, including our cities and inner cities. As Commander-in-Chief, I have no higher responsibility than to defend our country from threats and invasions, and that is exactly what I am going to do. We will do it at a level that nobody's ever seen before. Next, I will direct all members of my cabinet to marshal the vast powers at their disposal to defeat what was record inflation and rapidly bring down costs and
By the way, I just have to say something completely off topic. I saw somebody trying to dox me yesterday, and the person that was doing it, I've literally never done a single thing to other than dislike and talk shit to. So the fact that you would potentially put someone's life in danger by trying to dox them just because you're racist and don't like my ethnicity, and just because you don't like me because I'm a bubbly, confident, gorgeous human. So just because you don't like that because you're not bubbly, you're not gorgeous, you're not righteous, you're probably a living piece of shit. Because of the fact that I'm better than you, that's the only reason you have to try to dox me. So you want people to go to my house and potentially R-word me or M-word me because I'm Chaldean. That's literally why. You're a racist piece of living shit. So, by the way.
And prices. The inflation crisis was caused by massive overspending and escalating energy prices, and that is why today I will also declare a national energy emergency. We will drill, baby, drill. America will be a manufacturing nation once again, and we have something that no other manufacturing nation will ever have, the largest amount of oil and gas of any country on earth, and we are going to use it. We're going to use it. We will bring prices down, fill our strategic reserves up again, right to the top, and export American energy all over the world. We will be a rich nation again, and it is that liquid gold under our feet that will help to do it. With my actions today, we will end the Green New Deal and we will revoke the electric vehicle mandate, saving our auto industry and keeping my sacred pledge to our great American auto workers. In other words, you'll be able to buy the car of your choice. We will build automobiles in America again at a rate that nobody could have dreamt possible just a few years ago. And thank you to the auto workers of our nation for your inspiring vote of confidence. We did tremendously with their vote. I will immediately begin the overhaul of our trade system to protect American workers and families. Instead of taxing our citizens to enrich other countries, we will tariff and tax foreign countries to enrich our citizens. For this purpose, we are establishing the External Revenue Service to collect all tariffs, duties, and revenues. It will be massive amounts of money pouring into our treasury.
Oh, yeah?
Coming from foreign sources. The American dream will soon be back and thriving like never before. to restore competence and effectiveness to our federal government.
Greater
My
Biden and
administration
Harris has
will
been
establish the
listed.
brand
I
new
know.
Department of Government Efficiency. After years and years of illegal and unconstitutional federal efforts to restrict free expression, I will also sign an executive order to immediately stop all government censorship and bring back free speech to America.
Yay! Except I'm not like, how was free speech gone? Was it gone or something? Someone explain that to me, please.
Never again will the immense power of the state be weaponized to persecute political opponents. Something I know something about. We will not
Oh!
allow that to happen. It will not happen again. Under my leadership, we will restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law. And we are going to bring law and order back to our cities. This week, I will also end the government policy of trying to social.
When was free speech taken? Like, when was it actually physically taken? It's just these stupid companies that are making it not free speech.
Engineer race
And obviously, like, way more than just companies.
And gender into every aspect of public and private life. We will forge a society that is colorblind and merit-based. As of today, it will henceforth be the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female. This week, I will reinstate any service members who were unjustly expelled from our military for objecting to the COVID vaccine mandate with full back pay.
Yeah, I agree.
And I will sign an order to stop our warriors from being subjected to radical political theories and social experiments while on duty. It's going to end immediately. Our armed forces will be freed to focus on their sole mission, defeating America's enemies.
I don't feel good. I don't feel good. I don't feel good. Shut up, James. Shut
Like
up.
in 2017, we
Delete
will
your
again build the
comment.
strongest military the world has ever seen. We will measure our success not only by the battles we win, but also by the wars that we end, and perhaps most importantly, the wars we never get into. My proudest legacy will be that of a peacemaker and unifier. That's what I want to be, a peacemaker and a unifier. I'm pleased to say that as of yesterday, one day before I assumed office, the hostages in the Middle East are coming back home to their families.
not only can I see, but I actually go get my yearly eye exams, unlike you, and I wear glasses and contacts, which you need and you won't wear.
Thank you. America will reclaim its rightful place as the greatest, most powerful, most respected nation on earth, inspiring the awe and admiration of the entire world. A short time from now, we are going to be changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, and we will restore the name of a great president, William McKinley, to Mount McKinley, where it should be and where it belongs. President McKinley made our country very rich through tariffs and through talent. He was a natural businessman and gave Teddy Roosevelt the money for many of the great things he did, including the Panama Canal, which has foolishly been
I'm
given
like so
to
fucking
the
nauseous.
country
I
of
don't know if it's
Panama
because
after the United
of the
States.
screen or
The
what.
United States, I mean, think of this, spent more money than ever spent on a project before and
Fuck
lost
you.
38,000 lives in the building
I'm
of the
like gonna
Panama
vomit.
Canal. We have been treated very badly from this foolish gift
Oh,
that
I'm
should
gonna
have
vomit.
never
I'm
been
gonna
made.
vomit.
And Panama's promise to us
I'm
has
gonna
been broken.
vomit.
The purpose of our deal and the spirit of our treaty has been totally violated. American ships are being severely overcharged and not treated fairly in any way, shape, or form. And that includes the United States Navy. And above all, China is operating the Panama Canal. And we didn't give it to China, we gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back.
Does that mean there's gonna be a war?
Above all, my message to Americans today is that it is time for us to once again act with courage, vigor, and the vitality of history's greatest civilization. So as we liberate our nation, we will lead it to new heights of victory and success. We will not be deterred. Together, we will end the chronic disease epidemic and keep our children safe, healthy, and disease-free. The United States will once again consider itself a growing nation, one that increases our wealth, expands our territory, builds our cities, raises our expectations, and carries our flag into new and beautiful horizons. And we will pursue our manifest destiny into the stars, launching American astronauts to plant the stars and stripes on the planet Mars.
I'm right here. I don't know why I'm typing.
Ambition is the lifeblood of a great nation. And right now, our nation is more ambitious than any other. There's no nation like our nation. Americans are explorers, builders, innovators, entrepreneurs, and pioneers. The spirit of the frontier is written into our hearts. The call of the next great adventure resounds from within our souls. Our American ancestors turned a small group of colonies on the edge of a vast continent into a mighty republic of the most extraordinary citizens on earth. No one comes close. Americans pushed thousands of miles through a rugged land of untamed wilderness. They crossed deserts, scaled
My
mountains,
God, I got
braved
so
untold
bloated
dangers,
from
won the
a
Wild
coffee
West, ended
and
slavery, rescued millions
a
from
pineapple
tyranny,
mango drink, which I
lifted
guess would be
billions
the
from
acid.
poverty, harnessed electricity, split the atom, launched
But like I
mankind
was
into the
so
heavens,
fucking thin this
and put the
morning.
universe of human knowledge into
And
the
I've been
palm
drinking these
of the human
drinks. I haven't
hand.
eaten anything.
If we work
And
together,
I'm
there is nothing we
bloated.
cannot do and no dream we cannot achieve. Many people thought It was impossible for me to stage such a historic political comeback.
I guess
But
it's
as
the
you see
pasta
today,
ate
here I
last night,
am. The
probably.
American people have spoken.
You. I'm gonna Google it.
I stand before you now as proof that you should never believe that something is impossible.
It's 170 calories.
In America, the impossible is what we do best. From New York to Los Angeles, from Philadelphia to Phoenix, from Chicago to Miami, from Houston to right here in Washington, D.C., our country was forged and built by the generations of patriots who gave everything they had for our rights and for our freedom. They were farmers and soldiers, cowboys and factory workers, steel workers and coal miners, police officers and pioneers who pushed onward, marched forward, and let no obstacle defeat their spirit or their pride. Together, they laid down the railroads, raised up the skyscrapers, built great highways, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and triumphed over every single challenge that they faced. After all we have been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in American history.
And I
With your
wouldn't
help,
get
we
you
will restore
hung up on
America's
somebody
promise,
that you
and we will
used to
rebuild the nation that we love, and we love it so much.
know.
We are one people,
And
one
that's
family, and one
what
glorious
we all
nation under God.
think I
So to
can
every
never
parent who dreams for their child, and every child who
The
dreams for
gummies
their
I keep
future,
taking keep
I am
affecting
with
me.
you, I will fight for you, and I will win for you. We're going to win like never before. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. In recent years, our nation has suffered greatly, but we are going to bring it back and make it great again, greater than ever before. We will be a nation like no other, full of compassion, courage, and exceptionalism. Our power will stop all wars and bring a new spirit of unity to a world that has been angry, violent, and totally unpredictable. America will be respected again and admired again, including by people of religion, faith, and goodwill. We will be prosperous. We will be proud. We will be strong, and we will win like never before. We will not be conquered. We will not be intimidated. We will not be broken, and we will not fail. From this day on, the United States of America will be a free, sovereign, and independent nation. We will stand bravely. We will live proudly.
Gross.
We will dream boldly.
Why are you,
And nothing will
caring
stand in
about
our
her
way
making
because we
out
are
habits
Americans.
with
The
her
future
animals?
is ours, and our golden age has just begun. Thank you. God bless America. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Know that? Brody. How do we know? Are you serious? Why did you ask him for that? Grosso?
Ladies and gentlemen, performing America the Beautiful, please welcome the Armed Forces Chorus and Carrie Underwood.
What's about to happen? You thought that you could let it go and I wouldn't get you hung up on somebody that you used to know. didn't have to call me up. Think I like it now. Happened and that we were nothing. I don't even need you. Treat me like a stranger and I feel so. They don't allow animals anymore in Nikki's trailer park because everybody was French kissing their pets. They started showing up with cold sores and had to be put down. Fuck off with your lies and your alibis. What is gonna happen? So, Buttsville, I think, came in here saying that Costco employees are on strike. I want to Google this.
You know the word, tell me I do.
You're funny.
Ladies and gentlemen, Senator Fisher will now introduce the benediction clergy.
I now call on Rabbi Ari Berman, Pastor Lorenzo Sewell, and Reverend Frank Munn to provide prayers of benediction.
Let us pray. Almighty God, your prophet Jeremiah walked the streets of Jerusalem and blessed its inhabitants with the Hebrew words, Baruch HaGever Asher Yiftach BaHashem. Blessed is the one who trusts in God. Thousands of years later, this great nation, which adopted these words as its motto,
Tammy, check your snap.
trust, stands at a moment of historic opportunity. Americans are searching for meaning. Our merciful Father, help us rise to meet this moment.
Sorry, I'm just
President Donald J. Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance, with the strength and courage to choose the right and the good. Unite us around our foundational biblical values of life and liberty, of service and sacrifice, and especially of faith.
Whoa,
and
my
morality,
Nailed by Natalie
which
channel
George Washington called
gained like a
the
lot of subs,
indispensable
like 5
supports
in
of American
today.
prosperity. Guide our
That's a
schools
lot
and
to me.
college campuses which have been
Love you, babe.
experiencing such unrest, to inspire the next generation, to pair progress with purpose, knowledge with wisdom, and truth with virtue. Hear the
Hey, I'm gonna
cry
take
of
a
the
quick shower.
hostages, both American and Israeli, whose pain our president so acutely feels. We are so thankful.
I was
for
so
the 40 young
paranoid last
women
time
who
I took a
yesterday
shower
returned home.
when I was on live, but
And
now I know
pray that the
exactly what
next
to
4
do.
years brings peace
not
to Israel
paranoid.
and throughout the Middle East. Almighty God, grant all Americans the opportunity to realize our shared dream of a life filled with peace and plenty, health and happiness, compassion and contribution. Stir within us
From
the confidence to
sea
rise to this moment. For while
to
we trust in
shine.
God, God's trust is in us, the American people. America is called to greatness, to be a beacon of light and a mover of history. May our nation merit the fulfillment of Jeremiah's blessing. The like a tree planted by water, we shall not cease to bear fruit. May all of humanity experience your love and your blessing.
Oh,
May
illegal
it be thy will.
I
And
think
let us
everybody
say,
should have
Amen.
a chance. But that's just me. My parents came here legally.
Let us pray for our 47th
Legalese.
president.
It's very
Heavenly
easy
Father,
to,
we're so grateful
you know,
that you
be,
gave our 45th
as long as
and
you
now
don't have
our
like
47th
issues with your
president
country and our
a
country,
millimeter
and as
miracle.
long as you don't have like
We are
criminal shit,
grateful
I
that
think it's like
you are
not
the
hard to
one
try to apply
that
the
have
right
called
way.
him
I
for
don't know.
such a
I
time
could be
as
wrong. I
this,
could be ignorant.
that America would begin
Oh, fuck
to
off.
dream again. We pray that we would fulfill the true meaning of our creed, that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. We pray that you use our president, that we will live in a nation where we will not be judged by the color of our skin, but by the content of our character. Heavenly Father, in the name of Jesus, we are so grateful today that you will use our 47th president.
Water is
So we would
amazing.
sing with new meaning, my country,
Water is
'tis
so
again.
warm.
Sweet land of liberty of thee I sing. Land where my fathers died,
The
land of the
water is
pilgrim's
so
pride,
warm.
from every mountainside.
The
Let
water
freedom ring, because America is called to be a great nation. We believe that you will make
But
this
you know
come
what?
true.
I gotta hurry.
So let
Because
freedom
my
ring
water does not stay hot
from the
long. I
prodigious
don't know
hilltops
why.
of New Hampshire.
It's extremely
Let
annoying.
freedom ring from the mighty mountains
So, yeah.
of New York. Let
Okay.
freedom ring from the heightening Alleghenies of Pennsylvania. Let freedom ring from the snow-capped Rockies of Colorado. Let freedom ring from the curvaceous hilltops of California. But God, we're asking you not only that. Let freedom ring from Stone Mountain, Georgia. Let freedom ring from Lookout Mountain of Tennessee. Let freedom ring from every hill and every molehill in Mississippi, from every state, every city, every village, and every hamlet. And when we let freedom ring, we will be able to speed up that day where all of your children, black men and white men, Protestant and Catholic, Jew and Gentile, will be able to sing in the meaning of that old Negro spiritual, free at last. Free at last. Thank you, God Almighty. We are free at last. If you believe where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty. Come on, put your hands together and give your great God great glory.
Almighty,
Let's
and
get
eternal
back
God,
under this hot water.
we gather here today in reverence,
When I shampoo my
joined in
hair,
our
I
shared
turn the
hopes
water
and
cold
dreams
so that it
for our
lasts, the
beloved
hot
nation.
water lasts longer.
In this sacred
When I'm
moment
not
of the
like under
inauguration
the
of
water,
President
there's no
Donald J.
need for it to
Trump
be hot.
and Vice President J.D. Vance,
Although it does kind of
we
make me
turn our
cold.
hearts to you, seeking your divine assistance and abundant
Give me the
blessings
water
upon
heater and
this
something.
pivotal moment in history. We
See,
come
that gives
before
a
you with
fuck.
profound gratitude for the many gifts you have bestowed upon our land. Thank you for the freedoms we cherish, for the strength of our communities, and for the
One more
resilience
shampoo
of our spirit.
equals cold
As our
water
president
again.
and vice
Fuck.
president embrace their newly appointed roles, we humbly implore that your everlasting love and wisdom will envelop them. Grant them the clarity of mind to navigate the challenges that lie ahead and the compassion to serve all citizens with fairness and integrity. May their hearts be filled with a giving spirit and sincere understanding for those whom they represent. May they be beacons of hope in times of uncertainty and prophetic voices in defending the dignity of all created life. We pray for a spirit of collaboration to flourish in our government and across our nation, fostering an environment where dialogue
It's funny because
and
the other
heartfelt
day,
listening will
I don't know if you
prevail
guys can hear
over
me,
division
but the other
or
day,
discord.
Hammy had a
May each
stream,
decision made by our president
and
and
he
vice
was like,
president
nobody time anybody
reflect
out.
the values of justice and peace.
And someone still got timed
As
out.
we
I was just
embark
thinking
on
about
this new
that.
chapter, we also seek your comfort, O God, for those
Hey,
who
Hammy, love
feel
you.
lost or disheartened. In this time of transition,
All right,
may
time
your
to get
light
my
shine
water hot
upon
again because
them,
I'm ready to go.
reaffirming their belief in a brighter tomorrow.
All right.
May we all strive
Nice
to
and
lift
hot.
one another, supporting our fellow citizens with kindness and empathy, recognizing that
Feels
together
so
we
good.
can overcome any adversity. Grant us the strength to endure, the courage to face our fears, and the clarity to see the light that remains, even when clouds of uncertainty may gather. Inspire our new leaders to be champions for the vulnerable and advocates for those whose voices are often silenced. May they pursue policies that promote the well-being of all, seeking to build bridges that will foster unity and belonging. As we stand witness to this inauguration, we hold fast to the faith, to our faith in the goodness of each of us and the possibility of
Now I gotta
change.
put a hair
I
mask
trust
on.
that with your guidance, O God, our nation can move forward to a future filled with promise, prosperity, and understanding. And finally, we lift our hearts in gratitude for the beloved parents of President Trump. Without Mary and Fred Trump, this day would never be the miracle that has just begun. From their place in heaven, may they shield their son from all harm by their loving protection and give him the strength to guide our nation along the path that will make America great again.
Yeah, I think that
Let us go
in the
forth
channels
now with
where
these
like
words
everybody has a
of
rank,
President Trump's
I feel like
emblazoned
there
on
should
our
be a
hearts.
rule where like
As
people
long
just
as we have
don't use
pride
their
in our
rent
beliefs,
unless the channel
courage
owner
in our
wants them to.
convictions, and faith in our God, then we
That's
will
what I
not
think. Because
fail.
sometimes
We
it's
stand
fun
tall. We
to like
stand proud
see what your haters have to
because
say.
we are Americans.
Not always,
And
but
Americans
sometimes.
kneel to God and
So
to God
that's just my
alone.
opinion. Take it or leave it. Do with it what you will.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing.
I was good on my own.
national
That's the way it was. That's the way it was. You was good on for a day to fun.
Can you say, o'er the dawn's early light, what
We're
the
so proud
glory we have,
Two broad stripes and bright stars. We're so down and the rocket come on bursting in, came through the night that was still there. Oh, say does that spangled and when for the land of the free. And broad stripes and bright through the red sky.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain at your seats while the president and official party depart the
Shaving
platform.
my legs in case anyone's wondering. Okay. Alrighty. I'm just thinking about how nobody wants to see a Middle Eastern immigrant's family take pictures while voting. There's that. There's that. Okay, now time to get back under the warm water. Honestly, if I won $30,000, everybody I lost, so that nobody asks me for money. That's why I never saw anybody on YouTube, or I only did one time, mistake. But I don't tell anybody on YouTube anytime I win, because if I did, people would probably try to ask me for money. It's expected that some people wouldn't, but I mean, they didn't, but they did other things instead. No hard feelings. I don't care anymore. They betray you and not realize it. You know. There's that. I'm almost done.
Oh, this water feels amazing. Look, I got water till the end of my shower this time because I was smart and turned it to cold. Put it underneath it. But you know what's weird is that my other shower, the guest shower, it doesn't get cold like this one does. So I feel like it's not my water heater because if it was my water heater, then wouldn't all the showers get cold versus just one? I feel like there's actually something wrong with this shower. Feels so good though, I know. I just want to like run all the hot water. Oh my god. Alright, I'm not turning it off. Shower done. Shower done. Hi everyone. Okay, let's see what's going on in here. Okay.
It's a beautiful day, January 20th, 2025. We just witnessed
Okay, let's get into the room to do our.
Power, the oath of office given
I just
to
showered.
President
And I
Donald
put a
Trump,
hair mask in.
50 Vice
I
President
shaved. My
J.D.
life.
Vance. President
And
Trump mentioned in his speech
everything is amazing right now, so I'm going to do my after shower
routine
routine.
as a peacemaker.
There was
and
no wet
unifier.
spot. I look. Fuck
A
you,
peacemaker
Hammy. Does that
and
sounds
unifier.
like it's a problem?
I thought it was also interesting that
Why
he said
does
this is the
Hamilton
new
have a
golden
rent?
age of America.
Because I was in the
beginning
shower
now. We haven't
and
had
he
inauguration of the
came
rotunda
in here
since
acting all crazy. I was really
1985.
paranoid about that.
Today,
I showered. I have no wrenches.
all agencies delivered.
And
My name
I
is Ron
honestly
Jackson.
don't even want
This is
anybody to
like-
have.
We've been on.
I honestly don't even want anybody to have a wrench because I kind of wanted this to be like I wrench my own chat type of situation. Because we are created equal, that makes them my woman too. Don't tell Natalie I said that. If all men are created equal, then I should be allowed to fuck everyone's wives? Excuse me? Excuse you? I got a wrench you can play with, Christian. Here's your wrench. This guy stole my car. She beats me, you know. No, I don't. Is that Chris Rock? Oops. Hamilton. Don't be gross. Did she put that thing in your butt again? Hamilton, please say she pulled it out. That's so funny. Why did you spell Hamilton like this? Does this mean Anne will be an American again when he annexes Canada? I hope so. I love Anne. I hope she becomes well, she's already a dual citizen. So. Okay, I'll check your snap right now. How did the thing turn out with what I told you to do? No, I'm just kidding. I'm not really going to take your wrench. But, and I didn't even mean I was.
Since 9 o'clock, but we just witnessed
I appreciate you
certain
caring
rendition
for me
of the
while
national
I
anthem by
shower.
Tony Christopher.
Thank you, Daddy.
Macchio. I want to make note of this. There's a
you,
lot of
Daddy.
ceremonies that happen in the rotunda. We witnessed so many of them. I think it's interesting. This happens with inaugurations that the national anthem is rendered after the oath of office, after God Bless America. It's the
Okay, now I'm
crescendo,
doing my after shower
of the ceremony that happens in the rotunda And what a powerful rendition we just witnessed.
Yeah, there was a lot of
Start
great music
off
in this. The
by
Battle Hymn of the
putting
Republic was
my
one
hair
of my
in a
favorite
towel. So I'll start
arrangements
there.
of that particular
Towel.
song. And now we're just waiting for the departure ceremony. So at this point, we've had the inaugural swearing in, and the newly inaugurated, sworn in president and vice president are going to escort the
Now, the
former
second thing I'll
president
do
and
is
former
I
vice
will
president
be
out back
putting
to the East Front.
deodorant
We were
on,
talking
which
earlier
the way I
about
use
Marine
deodorant is
One,
I apply the
and
spray
we're going to
Evian
see
water
them. There we go. Yes.
onto my
So
armpit
now former President Biden will get in Marine One with Dr. Jill
because
Biden,
the type of
and they'll
deodorant
head
I
off,
use,
and then
you have to get your
the
armpit
vice
nice and
president
wet, and then you have to
and
like rub it
Mr.
on.
Emhoff,
So
they're going to
then I put
leave by
my
the
deodorant.
motorcade.
We have a departure video. I think you're going to like. I know you're going to like this, friends. So let's set this up.
Because I know you
outgoing
all
list,
care
as
so
Emily just
much
stated, the outgoing
about my
administration in terms
after
of
shower
president, vice president
routine
will
that I'm
depart.
absolutely
But
obsessed
why
with.
and where? And please watch this video. We think you'll like it.
So yeah, I spray the Evian water under my armpit, and then I put the deodorant on. Okay. All right. That's done. Now I will apply, where the fuck is it? Aquaphor onto my lips. Well,
Friends,
he
we'll have
is
this video
Dr.
for you in
Sean Diddy
just a moment.
Combs.
Once again, it's
Now I'm going to
1:05
apply Aquaphor onto
Eastern
my
time.
lips.
This is our
What is
plaza.
this
used
we're
to be the
watching?
Capitol.
Does anybody know? Like this is just the
President
press
Donald Trump.
outside?
I had about 12:01, 12:02, in which he went to the stage. Chief Justice Roberts.
Is that something way better for us to watch while we get ready?
No, I didn't have time to count the words. I was going to, but there's.
I'll
a word
pause
that
this for now. Stop screen. I will. Let me see. Switch account. Let's see. Home. So there's this like group of people that upload the whole Sister Wives episode. Here it is. Except it's like they do it in a copyright free kind of way. So let's watch it. Let's see. It while I get ready. Don't worry, I'm going to turn my camera on at one point. Let's see. Actually, I'll just keep watching this for now. We'll do that other thing another time. Let's keep watching this.
Addresses.
William Henry Harrison, 8,445 in 1841. I think most people know the shortest, which might, I have to admit, it still surprises me. The shortest speech, President George Washington, 135 words.
Yeah.
Now, mind you, again, we talked about, for those just joining us, we've talked a lot about weather. And when President Washington.
Okay, so the next thing I'm doing is I'm
30th of
spraying
April,
some
April 30th,
body mist
1789.
on.
The attempt was March 4th, but because of weather, it had to be postponed. You know, the person that informed George Washington that he was going to be president was a gentleman from Ireland. His name, Charles Thompson.
And now I'm putting
I've
on
seen it
some
twice because
clothing.
scholars out there, and maybe even those short of being thought of as scholars, will remember that name, Charles Thompson, the Great Seal.
And let's watch the departure video.
Uh-oh. Dr. Sean Diddy Combs, Hammy.
Time for that. Oh, here we go. Okay, so we're not going to talk about history. We're going to talk about what we're seeing in real time here. So there we see Mrs. Trump and President Trump out there. They've pulled the car up. Jill Biden's wearing the royal blue coat, sitting next to President Biden.
I can't imagine the feeling that the Bidens
Let me clean my
must
ears
have
now.
when Senator Biden defeated Senator Boggs in 1972. It's more than difficult circumstances in December of 1972. Well documented about the tragedy, and then 1973. I mean, all that has gone on 1973 since 1973. 17 years.
Okay, I went and got some Q-tips. Now I'm going to clean my
Foreign
ears.
Relations. 5 justices, leadership periods.
Usually I'd like to
He's
clean
ran for
my
president
ears last, but
more than once, in which
just like doing it right
once he
now.
withdrew, and now he leaves. They leave as great grandparents. Right, recently a great granddaughter born. Again, I can't imagine.
Okay,
what's
now
going on
I'm
in
gonna
mind, but
put some toner on my,
reflection about
for the redness
all the
and
inaugurations
stuff
they've
that I
attended.
have.
Quite a few, I would imagine.
I'm not for Senator Biden when President Carter was inaugurated on the East Front.
And then Vice President Vance and his wife, Usha Vance.
So
They're walking over.
the toner pods I
With,
use are by the brand
former Vice President Harris.
First
That
Aid
helicopter
Beauty.
looks a long way away. This VH-92A.
And I add
helicopter
extra toner onto the
used in
pad
this.
by
78
the
feet in
company
length.
Fresh.
78 feet in length. It's
just like
for those
a
that are not familiar with
rose
this side of the Capitol in terms
dehydrating oil
of what is
infused
new.
serum.
Those 2 skylights
And it's a toner,
are on
technically.
top of a new building,
That.
relatively speaking, in 2008, the Capitol Visitor Center. That plaza, those bricks will be put to the test when that helicopter ascends.
Okay, and I believe there goes now former Vice President Harris. And
The motorcade, correct?
with the motorcade. Okay. And now we should see the next group walking towards the helicopter. Yep, there they go.
Oops. Now I'm going to apply my lid wipe, which is for my eyes, which everybody should be using a lid wipe every day.
Listen to the wind.
Just my
Just
humble
trying to
ass
make certain.
opinion.
I imagine there's more than a fastener attached to that.
Humbly ass opinion.
Bobby pins galore. Holding that hat to her head. Yes.
You never stop serving your country. You never stop serving your country. And we don't know what the next phase will be for the Harrises and Bidens, but
There's
rest
that.
assured, you never stop serving your country.
Now I'm going to put cream on my body, like lotion, I mean. That's kind of a long process because I use like 10 different lotions. So
families.
Right. Now the former president getting inside the helicopter. And we
I mix it with a body oil by Sol de Janeiro, which is my favorite brand, one of my favorite brands.
Look at the crowds on the Library of Congress Supreme Court side.
Boom.
This is really something to witness for those that are nearby. Marine One.
We
Love you
sometimes see it
all.
working in Washington. We sometimes see it
Almost.
bringing the president back and forth to the White House. It's always a sight to see. Certainly for visitors, it's exciting.
Oh, really? What a great thing to say. Like, this lady has so much
Why do
to
I
say.
think a trivia question is coming about?
You never know. It could be coming.
What? He didn't even finish his sentence. What could be coming? Did anybody even fucking hear the sentence? I'm confused. Okay. They have this on a delay and they like blocked out whatever they said, I think. I truly think that's what just happened. Okay, now I'm gonna put some
So now the president
formulated
Capitol building
glycolic acid on my arms.
Parts of the ceremonies
This is for eczema.
or parts of the ceremony. We have a couple of more things to go through before he goes back to the White House this afternoon.
If this doesn't clear up your eczema, then you need to see a dermatologist.
It devoured quickly, I think. Breakfast seemed long ago. In between that was everything, right? A prayer service.
Alrighty.
Or maybe it's just me.
Oops.
Well, they definitely have a 3-course meal waiting for them in a few minutes. Oh, here we go.
The recognizable white top of Marine One.
I dropped something behind my mirror. Fuck. Oh, okay. Got it.
Yeah, we've lost. I can't hear.
This is cool. I have accomplished so much on this stream, you guys. Like, this is exactly why I wanted to go live, because if I don't do anything during the day, like if I don't have to work or if I don't have a job or whatever that day, or if I'm not like, you know, whatever, then I just sit around sometimes and I have all these goals and I never meet them because I just get lazy. But by forcing myself to go live and saying, by going live, I'm going to make these TikToks from front to end. I'm going to get ready and everything. That actually makes me do it. So, and I'm telling you, like, when I saw TikTok was gone, I was like, shit, like, I had all this time to make all these videos that I've saved and I've never done it. And, like, why is that? So, this is the best. This is the best. This is the best. Okay.
The direct route.
By the way, I am an Aquarius.
Andrews Air Force Base.
In case anybody was
Named after Lieutenant
wondering.
General Frank Maxwell Andrews. Graduated West Point in 1906. Served in the military in 1946. We often hear of Andrews Air Force Base. Ooh. Frank Andrews. He was a lieutenant general in the Army Air Corps.
I'm still lotioning the body.
So I think maybe it is time now for a trivia question.
Oh,
You ready?
sock it to me.
Who was the first president to depart the inaugural ceremonies by helicopter? Here's your choices: Ford, Reagan, Kennedy, Carter. Making it hard.
Okay.
President
Done
Gerald.
with that.
That is correct.
I once heard him
Be
speak
right back. I'm gonna wash my hands.
to an entire elementary school in Kentucky. Yes, in 5th grade. And of course, I wanted to ask a question. You think they allowed that to happen?
No.
No, they didn't.
No,
you're
they
right.
didn't.
Not that I'm bitter about it. 1977. Never mind.
So I think now we're going to watch a little video about the signing ceremony that's going to happen next, a little history of this event. So let's
So
watch.
now we are gonna throw some things
First
out.
official actions taken by the newly sworn President of the United States occur in the President's room just off the Senate chamber in the U.S. Capitol. After the departure of the former President and First Lady,
Be right back.
the new President gathers there with aides and members of Congress to sign nominations and sometimes memorandums, proclamations, or executive orders. This tradition began in 1981 with President Ronald Reagan. Prior to that time, nominations were often submitted to the Senate on Inauguration Day without ceremony.
Okay, so we're going to see that ceremony a little bit later, but we have something a little bit different next. Because with so many people we're in Emancipation
Just like
Hall.
to say,
instead
so
of
I just brushed my hair, and I know I have a friend in the chat that does hair. So if this advice is wrong, please let me know. But I've noticed that when I brush my hair before I put the products in it, that it makes the products like stay in my hair better. So like I'll brush it, get all the knots out of it, and then put the products in it, because I feel like when you brush it after you put the products in it, then you're kind of like brushing the products right the fuck out, which they say you're actually spreading the product more evenly when you brush it in. So I don't even know, like, but if you think about it, you get hair that falls out when you brush it into the brush. So is it just falling right out if the product is on that strand? I don't know.
being in the rotunda this time, we're going to go to the visitor center, which is right underneath the plaza of the Capitol building, which is what we're looking at right now. Here we are. And I believe the president's going to speak some to the crowd. We'll see what's happening in just a few minutes.
How many speeches he's made in the last 48 hours?
Quite a few. I mean, I can see that JSIC, the Joint
Bum,
Committee
bum, bum, bum.
on Congressional
See,
Inauguration.
now I'm doing my
ceremonies,
eyebrows, brushing them with
has
the
come to
oil
a
that I use on
platform.
them.
It's a good thing that Senator Fisher is wearing that bright green.
Yes, recognizable.
I can point her out or pick her out right away.
Look to the left of Senator Fisher, and you're going to see.
Oh, who's arriving now? They're coming down this grand staircase into this room we call Emancipation Hall.
There is a statue of the first woman to become a member of Congress, Jeanette Rankin, born in Missoula, Montana.
Rankin?
Her brother Wellington was her campaign manager.
Yep. She was elected in 1917, before women have even had the right to vote nationwide, but they had the right to vote in Montana.
They did. She traveled quite a bit. States of Washington, California, New Zealand.
Mm.
Her brother Wellington went to Harvard University.
I believe this is the Speaker of the House.
We should yield.
Sounds like they're saying Jerry, Jerry.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are here as witnesses to President Trump's triumphant return to the White House. Right now, already this morning, you can feel it around the country. We certainly felt it here in the city. America is coming together and roaring back again, and it begins today, as the president just told us. I know we'd all rather be gathered together on the National Mall with hundreds of thousands of our closest friends, but our disappointment is well overcome with our excitement for the future that we feel today. We have the chance to make the next 4 years the most consequential period in our nation's history. And as Speaker of the House, it is my great pleasure, my great honor, to introduce to you the man who will lead us to this new golden age, the decisive winner of the Electoral College and the popular vote, the 45th and the 47th, and the greatest president of our lifetimes, Donald J. Trump.
Well, thank you all so much for being here. And was that a hell of a speech or what? That was a good way to start it off. You know, I didn't know exactly what the president would put in that speech, and I hoped to myself that he wasn't going to hold back. And sir, you didn't hold back. That was a hell of a way to start the next 4 years. But
he's supposed
I just
to
want to say
speak.
from the bottom of my
confused.
heart, and I know I speak for the president and for all of us.
All right, eyebrows are done.
Thank you for making this possible. We love you. We wouldn't be here without you, and we're going to make America great again together for the next 4 years.
Eyebrows on.
And the last thing I'll say is, you know, having stood outside for about 5 minutes to wave goodbye to the Bidens, thank God we moved that thing indoors because it was a beautiful ceremony and it was cold as hell outside.
To wave goodbye to the Bidens.
The 45th and
That was
47th
kinda
President
shady.
of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Now I'm gonna do a little bit of teasing.
No, he's right. I looked, I said, oh, look at this beautiful sunny day. We blew it. And then I went outside and we were freezing. You would have been very unhappy. The sun was very deceptive, I will tell you. It is cold out. And I'm sort of saying, you know, that was so beautiful today. Maybe they should do it there every 4 years. Does that make sense? I don't know.
Wow.
Because, you know, the outdoor thing is really good, but it gets a little cold around this time of the year. Some people. A lot of times they suffer through it.
Come
There's
here,
no suffering
computer.
in the room. It was 72 degrees. It was perfect with the best acoustics I think I've ever heard in a room. This is not so bad either. But I just want to say, you're a younger, far more beautiful audience that I just spoke to. And I want to keep it off the record. I want to keep that off the record. Because I don't want to have all those big shots up there. I don't want to think you're more powerful than them. You look better than them, and I love you. We just had a great time. We just had a great day. This was amazing. You know, when you think we took a journey, I mentioned in the speech, a lot of people said that was not a journey that was possible. And
yeah, now I'm doing a little bit of tweezing.
What they were saying when they said that, but a lot of people felt it. And we hooked up with JD very early. I watched JD over a period of time. I endorsed him in Ohio. He was a great senator and very, very smart. The only one smarter than him was his wife. That was, I would have chosen her, but somehow the line of succession didn't work that way, right? But now she's great and he's great. This is a great, beautiful couple. And
wait, why didn't he pick his wife?
career. I just said to him,
Confused.
you are very upwardly mobile, because he hasn't been doing it that long, but he picked it up so quickly. Remember, the first week was a little bit like the fake news was hitting him really hard. And I said, oh, this may be tough, but after that, it was smooth sailing for him. He took on everybody. He took on the meanest. I don't want to use the word corrupt because we're into a new system. So
Okay,
let's wait till the
so-
corruption begins, because it will. But he took
She
on
looks
some pretty
like
mean
me?
people, and he handled
So
it
she
well. I
looks
wanna
like me, and
also
that's why you couldn't
congratulate
pick her?
Mike Johnson for the job that he's doing.
Those are mature. Two different
We
countries.
gave him a majority of almost nothing. And then I said, to make it tougher on him, let me take 2 or 3 of the people, right? I said, he'll only have to suffer with that for about 3 months. How are they doing, by the way? Is that moving along? I said, do you mind if I take this one, that one, and a couple of others? He didn't mind. He can handle it. No, he's a man that's liked by everybody. I've never met a man like this. You've got how much is it, 219 or 220? 220. And of the 220, 219 really like him. I noticed he got one negative
You're
vote
mean.
once about 2 weeks ago. But I think even 220 like him, if you want to know the truth. And that's very unusual. I know a lot of nice guys in Congress, and they have 35 people that hate him. So if you have 35 people that hate you and you only have 1 or 2 or 3 votes, you'll have 5, I think. But that's going to be like, the good news is when we get to that 5 number, it's going to feel like a massive majority. You could be really nasty.
That was
to a
good,
couple of
Amon.
them,
That's
at
the
least.
way it was.
So it's going to feel like hitting your head on the wall and stop it.
Okay, let's pause this. Let's stop. Let's share. And then we're going to do this and we're going to commentate while I tweeze.
Previously on Sister Wives.
I've been looking forward to this for so long. We're finally paying off this property.
Well, I know that Janelle had come to me and was just like, make sure that you protect yourself.
I'm just going to say Janelle does not like Mary or care for her.
Is there a problem? I don't understand.
I don't know.
You know what? Sorry, one sec.
Thing they can do that excludes me is a punishment to me.
Oh, do you need to go potty? That's brilliant. Stupid. If at first you don't succeed, try again. Come on, come sit over here. Come here. Oh, do you need to go potty? No, you're just gonna come sit. He just wants to go play. Do you want to sit?
Okay, so this first scene right here is Mary, who is one of the sister wives. She just recently divorced Cody, and so they're showing her life without him. Now, Cody only has one wife left. However, he owns a property in Flagstaff, Arizona, with 3 out of his 4 wives. Okay, one of them is divorced, remarried to someone else. So he still owns property with 3 of his wives, and 2 of them are in the process of leaving him. So he's trying to figure out how to get them to pay for the property, but he gets the majority of it. So when you're in a polygamist cult, The husband always finds ways to leave with all the money and leave you high and dry.
With us. So it's finally a nice warm day. Jen and I are always working. So I was just like, hey, let's just do best friend chit chat. How much do you love that we're just sitting on the porch, on the front porch together? Hey, that's her. Please let me go play bark.
Well, how'd you meet Zona?
I had gone to the shelter just to visit with the animals, the dogs, because I love dogs and they all need to be pet and they need to
Big deal. She got a dog. Let's move the fuck on.
have love. I know. So it's all going or not going. I don't.
This episode
I've just
sucks.
been hit an email to Cody for well over I've taken.
Okay.
I'm just frustrated that this whole thing has taken so long. I have been divorced from Cody for well over a year, and nothing had really ever been talked about too much as far as the property. So, I sent an email to Cody and Rob and Janelle just saying, hey, I think it's time we need to start this conversation.
Mary and I don't know what's going on. So, of course, we're frustrated. We're completely in the dark. There's no communication, nothing.
You wouldn't have had to take the steps that you were taking if you weren't being treated like you didn't contribute equally. And then, like, when you ask questions, to be just told, just brushed off, completely brushed off. I'll let you know when this involves you.
So pretty much what Cody is doing is the wives that still own the property legally with him, he's pretty much trying to scam them out of it. So Mary's friend is trying to like tell her that.
Yeah. I'm sorry. What? Yeah, that really bothered me.
I was leaving Cody, and there was no way I wanted to be tied to him in any way, shape, or form. And I did not like to deal with him at all on anything, and especially on finances. No, thank you. We're splitting it. I'm going to keep the money from the house. I'm going to give you all my rights to Coyote Pass. No, I was done. I didn't want to deal with him anymore.
So did you like that attorney that I sent to you? Yeah. I mean, we're all set to go with him. Okay. It's just a matter of, I guess, pulling the trigger on, God, I hate it, Jen. I freaking hate it. So remember before I left Flagstaff and Janelle had come over to have that conversation with me.
Okay, I think I might get in trouble for playing this, so let's go back to this.
It feels so good to stop, but he's done a fantastic job. And Steve Scalise is, he's our hero because, I was with him. You talk about being shot. I was with him. He got some bad ones, and his incredible wife, and she really loves him. You never know about that. I've been with other people. They were doing poorly, and the wife is like looking at her watch. You can't get out of the hospital fast enough. How's he doing? Oh, I don't know. He's all right. That woman was a mess. She was crying and crying. No, they're going to take him. They're going to take him. I told Steve when he finally woke up, it was a while too. The doctor told me it was the most blood they've ever transfused in any patient. They've never done anything like it. And here he is, the picture of strength, right? And he's been a great friend of mine. Right? With a family, because of the family. And what a job you did. It worked out pretty much better than we even thought, right? And I did have a couple of things, to say that were extremely controversial. And between JD and Melania and anybody else that heard, please, sir, it's such a beautiful unifying speech. Please, sir, don't say these things. I said, I'm telling you, it's going to play great. They said, you're right. For this group of people, it's going to play great. You're the only ones I heard by that, though, but we had some beauties, didn't we, Melania? She said, sir, calls me sir when she's angry. I said, no, I'm only kidding. I better say I'm only kidding, or the press is going to pick that one up loud and clear. No, but she said, no, I think it would be terrible. It's such a nice speech. I think it's, it all depends on your delivery. How was the delivery? Was it good? But she said, it's such a beautiful speech. You can't put things in there that you would put in. And I was going to talk about the J6 hostages, but you'll be happy because, it's action, not words that count. And you're going to see a lot of action on the J6 hostages. And I was going to talk about the things that Joe did today with the pardons of people that were very, very guilty of very bad crimes, like the Unselect Committee of Political Thugs, where they literally, what they did is they destroyed and deleted all of the information, all of the hearings, practically not a thing left.
They deleted all the information on Nancy Pelosi having turned down the offer of 10,000 soldiers. You wouldn't have needed 10,000. You could have had 500, and they would have stopped. Because we may have had 1 million people that day, the people that were there. You don't see any photographs, but we have a lot of great photos. You don't see those photographs. They don't put them in. They show the people at the Capitol. But I was talking about that. I was going to talk about that.
Ooh, coming out way too pushy. I hope you don't think it was getting the twisty.
I'll bring it up right now. You know, this little time delay is good because we're getting great reviews on the speech. You know what? They'll take the speech and say, I didn't like it because he left there and he talked to people. But we're giving you a little more information than we gave upstairs. But no, they pardoned a lot of people. They pardoned, before we even get to today, they pardoned, 33 murderers, absolute murderers, the worst murderers.
Why?
When you get the death sentence in the United States, you have to be bad because they don't give it much. And he pardoned almost everybody having a death sentence. And if you went through the crimes that were committed, you wouldn't even believe them, the level of violence. The people that were killed, the innocence of people that were killed and children killed by these people, and he pardoned them for
Why were those people pardoned?
But they didn't spare the people that they killed, and you know who knows what happens in the future. It's one of the worst because a lot of times they let them out early after that. You know, they say you're going to be in for life, but then all of a sudden they get let out for good behavior, and then they go on a rampage. You know, it's one of those little things, right? But I was going to talk about that. But I was really going to talk about the level of what's going on. Why are we doing this? Why are we trying to help a guy like Milley? Why are we doing Milley? He was pardoned. What he said, terrible. What he said. Why are we helping some of the people? Why are we helping Liz Cheney? I mean, Liz Cheney is a disaster. She's a crying lunatic and crying Adam Kinzinger. He's a super crying. I never saw the guy not crying. He's always crying. I looked at him. I remember years ago, he was actually on my side. And then one day, when you don't want to kill people in wars, they turn against you. Liz Cheney hated the concept of not going to war with everybody. Let's kill everybody. Let's spend a lot of money on military equipment, where her father works, right? And but what she did was incredible. Think of it. They destroyed and deleted all of that information that went on for almost 2 years against Trump. And the reason they did, because it was all false. Like the person that said, I tried to strangle a Secret Service agent. That's one of the toughest human beings I think I've ever seen. I actually had a friend say, please don't change that, sir. You are the coolest sucker in history. Remember she said, I put my hands around his neck because he wouldn't go to the Capitol. Made up fiction. And I was rebuffed. And the guy on the right is a massive weightlifter, probably stronger than me. Do you think he's stronger than me? You know who I'm talking about. Possibly stronger than me. Slightly younger than me. Like, I won't say how many years because I don't want to talk about that, but a lot of years. But I had a friend that said,
this coffee is so good.
That's the coolest story I've ever heard. That I would attack a karate champion, get slightly rebuffed, and then throw my arms around a guy with a neck about this big. Even though there are bars, there are bars, you can't really do that anyway. So I wanted to talk about that. But all of that stuff got deleted. And the reason it got deleted is they were all caught in lies. Secret Service testified, and they said it didn't happen. Actually, the two guys were very embarrassed. They're suffering because their friends are saying, did Trump really do that to you? But they gained a whole new respect for me. But it was just make-believe stuff. And there were a lot of make-believe stories made up. So rather than suffer the wrath, like the story with Nancy Pelosi, I offered her 10,000 soldiers. She knows it. She admitted it on tape that her daughter made. She's a videographer or whatever you call her, which I'm glad she is. So she can't be in good stead with Nancy. But Nancy said it was my responsibility as she's leaving the Capitol. She said it was, and it was. She's in charge of security at the Capitol. But I offered them up to 10,000 soldiers, even more. One time I said more, as many as you need, but you needed 400 or 500. 4 or 5, you 10,000, that would be more than the number of people there by lot. But we offered her.
I'm not quite sure what he's talking about, but
J6 wouldn't be J6. There would have been no J6. But she rebuffed them. She didn't like it. No, she didn't like it. Maybe she wanted that to happen, but she's guilty as hell. And now we would have to go through the process because they destroyed all evidence. They deleted everything. There's virtually nothing left. The other fake story and so many other fake stories. And many people came out on our side. And those people now, we've got to find them. There's nothing left. So that's a criminal offense. If that were a civil case, it would be a criminal offense. If that happened civilly where you did that, it would be a criminal offense. So I decided I'm not going to make this speech complicated. I'm going to make it beautiful. I'm going to make it a unifying speech. And then when they said we have a group of people that are serious Trump fans, I said, this is the time to tell those stories. So, but seriously, I'd like to, I think it's a tremendous success. I think we're very lucky we put it inside because it is really cold. We just went to the helicopter out of respect to something that's taken place for a long time. I guess it's as old as helicopters. You used to get into a stagecoach, now you get into a helicopter. Times change. But it's pretty old custom. And it's a beautiful custom, actually. It's a beautiful custom. I wish we could have had a better relationship. I wish we could have had a better relationship between Republicans and Democrats. I was with Senator Schumer. I said, Chuck, I think it's time we all start getting along a little bit because it doesn't make sense. I mean, we literally never get a Democrat vote.
Oh, man.
Almost. And,
sorry, I'm barely talking because I'm tweezing.
It's going to be a very beautiful bill. We're going to have a deciding, I would say, within a week or so, I think. And it's going to be a very good bill. You all know what I'm talking about. So I just want to thank you all for being here. You have been our fans from day one. All these people all over. You've been our fans. This has been a, there's never been anything like it. There's never been anything like it. This has been a movement like no movement ever in history for probably any country, let alone this country. You know, if somebody's running for president, and if they go out and they announce they're going to Arizona, they're going to Nevada, they're going to someplace, if you have 200 or 300 people, that would be standard. Ronald Reagan would go out. I mean, outside of the last couple of days where people get a little excited, but even then you have a couple of thousand people. But if you're going to go someplace, any place, any one of the swing states, any one of the other states, I mean, how about the non-swing states? We won Alabama by 48 points. We won Tennessee by massive numbers. Wyoming, we won by numbers that are, nobody's ever seen those. And, you know, places like California, we did great, but when they send out like 38 million ballots, nobody knows where the hell they're sending them, and then they come pouring back the whole thing. You know, they passed a law in California that if you work in an election bureau, and if you so much as ask for a voter ID, if you say, sir, ma'am, could I please look at your voter ID? They have the right to put you in jail. You're a criminal. Can you believe that? There's only one reason that happens. They want to cheat. So they had it where voter ID wasn't accepted. But now if you even ask for it, this is seriously a bill that was just signed. It passed in their legislature, and it was signed. And I think when we get things cleaned up and we get back to a little bit of normalcy, I'm going to ask the speaker to really get involved, because I think we would have won the state of California, because, you know, if you look at my numbers with Hispanic, we're 56%.
Really?
And we were winning. We won the Texas border that had never been won. As the governor said, he's doing a good job, the governor, by the way, of Texas. But as the governor said, it hasn't. Oh, did I get lucky? Did I get lucky? Supposing I said, you know, he's not here, but the governor of Texas has done a terrible job. Wow, look at you. We couldn't get you up in the front row, I tell you.
So funny.
Supposing I said, JD, the governor of Texas, he's not doing his job. You heard what I said? See, I didn't know you were there. I said he's doing a great job. He's doing a phenomenal job. But now you're going to have a partner that's going to work with you, because you didn't have, not only did he have a partner, he had people selling you a wall, right? We have a fence structure that we worked on, the governor worked on with me. And I didn't love it, to be honest with you. I wanted a nice precast concrete, you know, 40, 50 feet high, like a beautiful, could have been a T-shape, Y-shape. I love construction. I wanted that sucker to go up maybe 50, 60 feet. It would have looked beautiful, a nice Y shape. And they said, the problem is, sir, they climbed that like a rabbit. I said, what do you mean? No way. And they brought some of these guys out. They climbed it like, and the other thing is you hit it with acid and the thing will disintegrate. You know, they have things for concrete. So they needed very hardened steel, very special steel. And then they needed 7,000 pound concrete inside that steel, inside that steel. And then they have a rebar that's the toughest steel made. Very hard to cut. So this is why very little is cut. I mean, it's right. And then they put an anti-climb panel on top. I hated it. I said, it's so unattractive. And I said, why would that work? I don't believe it works. And I went to watch the Border Patrol, gave a display. We had actually two sets of climbers. The guys that climb up walls with drugs on their back. I mean, they got like 60, 70 pounds of drug, and they go as fast as you can walk. They go, pip, pip, pip. Or we have Mount Everest type climbers. And honestly, the drug guys were much better. The drug guys blew them away, right? But it's true. The anti-climb panel, they couldn't get around it. They just couldn't. You didn't have it. So sometimes you sacrifice beauty for efficiency. And we did. So we built this wall, and we built over 500 miles of wall. That's why we had such good numbers. The famous chart that came down, very thankfully, the chart that came down on my right, Governor. Had I not looked over there, I'm not speaking right now. You might be speaking here. You want to know the truth? You, JD, and get a lot of great people in this party. But I got very lucky. But we had the best numbers we've ever had. But I bought, you know what happens is when you fill it up, it's like water. You fill it up. Now we have 571 miles of wall. And they would always say, you know, when we renovated a wall, so there'd be like a piece of plywood sitting there for 60 years, or a 2x4 sitting for 60 years.
Squeezing the brows.
Because, you know, and they say, you didn't build a new wall. Here we're building 50 feet up in the air, 30 feet sections, 50-foot sections, all steel, all concrete, all everything. And all, by the way, they don't even want me to say this, but what the hell?
You know what's funny?
They're all wired for all of the equipment. We put wires and everything so they can easily wire for all.
I saw this TikTok the other day of this girl. She saw her.
Just hook it up. We don't have to have wires on the outside, which wouldn't do too well, right?
Her bully, the guy that used to bully her for being hairy in elementary school. She's an adult now, obviously, and she saw him at the airport. He bawled.
So anyway, so we built an extra 200 miles of wall, and the governor wanted to buy it. He tried to buy it, and they wouldn't sell it to him. He wanted to put it up himself. Could have been done in 3 to 4 weeks, 200 more miles, because when you do it now, they just keep going further out, getting around. So we did an extra 200 miles, and it was all bought. And they announced that they're not going to put it up. And that's when I realized they wanted open borders, and that's when I realized that people are going to come pouring through the wall like nobody's ever seen before, but you've seen it. A lot of you are here because of that. I made it my number one issue. They all said inflation was the number one issue. I said, I disagree. I think people coming into our country from prisons and from mental institutions is a bigger issue for the people that I know. And I made it my number one. I talked about inflation too, but you know, how many times can you say that an apple has doubled in cost? I'd say it, and I hit it hard, but then I go back to the fact that we don't want criminals coming into our country. We don't want the jails of every country in the world virtually being deposited into the United States. And that man had to suffer with it. And he did an unbelievable job. I'll tell you, he was a very popular governor.
Well,
Now he's
that's
like
the way
an unbeatable
Canada
governor
is.
because of his border
So
policies. He was fantastic. And he really was. So. Governor Abbott, he's a great man, great leader. And but it did make him very more. Did you do it? You didn't do that for politics. You did it because you want to do the right thing. But I think it sure as hell worked for politics too. It's self-preservation. That's right. But yeah, because the people are demanding it. The people of Texas are demanding it. The people are demanding it all over. So anyway, so we built it, and they wouldn't let us use it. They wouldn't let the governor use it, and other governors, they wouldn't let him use it. But he was the leader of the pack and did a great job. And then we heard about a month ago that not only wouldn't they let us use it, they were selling it. They were going to sell it for 5 cents on the dollar. Now, 5 cents on the dollar then, but today it would cost more than twice as much to build because we bought it like 6 years ago. And it was just sitting on the ground, and that does not do well for the whole thing. But it was just sitting on the ground, and I heard about it, and I called the governor, and I called a lot of people, your attorney general. And here's the story. They were going to buy it, and these are great business people. They were going to buy it for 5 cents on the dollar or less, and they were calling us up. We'll sell it to you for 200 cents on the dollar. In other words, it will cost you twice as much, so it's 200 cents on the dollar. I said, can somebody explain that to a judge? I mean, how corrupt is that? You'd think they'd say, maybe we'll sell it to you for 20 cents, 30 cents, but not 200 cents. So they were going to buy something for 5 cents, and they were going to sell it to us for a fortune. They're going to make it be, they'd have it down in Fortune magazine. They put it as the deal of the year, okay? You buy something like that. But it was so corrupt and so horrible. And when we told that to the administration, they didn't care.
all
They just kept
right,
going
done
forward. They
with
couldn't care less.
this.
And they kept going forward. They knew that they were trying to sell it back to us. They would have sold it back to us. You would have ended up buying it. You would have paid probably 50, 60 cents. Who knows? But they were going to use it for scrap metal, but then they made a much better deal. They could just buy it and sell it to us for 15, 20 times what they paid. 20 times, think of it, like 20 times what they paid. And we wouldn't let it happen. And the governor with his attorney general, Ken Paxton, they made a fantastic, they're a good lawyer. He's pushing around pretty good by people, right? I said, you got a great attorney general. They should leave him alone. He was with me. But then the governor went to court, and a judge actually became incensed and actually called for an investigation. How could a thing like this happen? So he stopped it. So we're waiting to put that wall up. And now that you have a new president, that wall will go up so fast. The governor will complain, sir. This is Greg Abbott, sir. Please, the wall is going up too fast. Please don't do that. You know the story about winning. No, we're going to win too much. We're winning too much. Please. People always love that one. We'll do this with the wall. Governor Abbott calls, sir, the wall is going up too fast. We can't take it. We just can't take it. No, I think you'd be very happy if the wall goes up too fast, right? But we'll get that dude and we'll work with you on that. But it was a great decision by a great Texas judge, right? And it was beautiful, beautiful to watch. We see he stopped them right in their truck.
Okay, I'm
They were
gonna
literally
end it
loading
and
the
I'll
stuff
be
onto the
back.
trucks. It was terrible. Honestly, it was terrible. And he wouldn't take it. So I'm so glad I mentioned that they have a really